In a world where threats evolve faster than ever, security is not just a privilege, it's a responsibility. Your knowledge is your shield, your vigilance, the first line of defense. This Saturday, the Global Clusters presents a cinematic session of national importance. From the shadows of terrorism to the realities of local insecurity, from cybercrime to the safety of your own neighborhood. Our world is changing. Our response must be bold. Introducing Colonel Michael Gbenga Oshin, retired, a leader forged in the crucible of military and intelligence command. With decades of field-tested experience, Colonel Oshin delivers actionable insights and strategies you can trust. Learn how to protect your loved ones, your assets, and your future. Don't wait for danger to find you. Stand with those who lead. Be part of the movement that secures and empowers. Join us every Saturday at 9:30 a.m. West Africa time. Arrive with questions, leave with clarity. Security starts with you. Every action you take, every precaution you make strengthens the chain of safety for all. Brought to you by the Global Clusters. Visit theglobalclusters.org. Follow us everywhere at the Global Clusters.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Yes, it is I. As per usual, in the right, same spot, same time. And I am saying a very fantastically happy good morning to everybody. And I'm hoping that you are all well. For those of you who celebrate Christmas, I hope you're preparing for Christmas. And you've got all those goodies in. And the kids are happy and they're all jumping up and dancing around the house because they are expecting, because that's what kids do. Anyway, once again, good morning. Thank you, Tennyson. As always on point. My name is Michael Gbenga Oshin, the 001 for Global Cluster Security, Director for Security and Protocol for the NYA and the CEO of Clear Cross Group Global. I hope you're all well. For those of you who are here already, it's great to see you as per normal. And for those of you that are on the way, we are eagerly anticipating your arrival to make this another weekend full of knowledge and insightful information towards our progress as security conscious individuals. I'm just waiting for certain people to arrive and then we can commence. And as per usual, please, guys, don't forget to tap. Show your appreciation. For those of you who can, please, there's a heart me at the top there. Don't forget to depress that as well, so that that can continue to be the lifespan of this whole project. A few things we can talk about today, keep ourselves going, and also to learn from one another. Another thing is, when you do come on, please, let us know where you're calling in from, so that we can welcome you properly. And anyone that comes in, if you haven't already followed someone, please remember to follow each other, and let's keep the love going. Mm. Mm? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good morning, Pamilari. How are you? Hi, good morning, guys. Yes, I am here. I'm just prepping some stuff and waiting on certain people to join. Yeah, I'm looking forward to a good day of talk today because there's lots to talk about because there's been a lot going on. But yeah, give me a few minutes and I will be back here and we will commence this fantastic forum as we do. Dear Ronke, good morning. I see you.
Hi.
Hey, good morning. How you doing? Yeah, I'm good, man. Yeah, I'm not here to do a match. This is a security forum, so I'm afraid I'm gonna have to decline on the match. But how are you anyway? You good?
Yeah, I'm okay. I saw you. I don't know. I think you are doing something box.
Yeah, that's probably during the week. But on a Saturday morning like this, we run like a chat about security and security related issues. You know, things that you want to talk about or things that you've noticed in the world that give you a little bit of concern, and you know you want to throw it out there to people to see if there's anything that they can do or that you can do or we can all learn from you with regards to security. You know, being African.
Are you in Africa?
Say again.
Are you in Africa?
I'm Nigerian.
But you're not in Nigeria.
No, I'm in the UK at the moment. But I will be in Nigeria anytime from now, because there's lots to do. Well, I have lots to do. I have people that I deal with over there, and I'm part of an organization, as you can see, called the Global Clusters, and I am the head of Global Cluster Security. And you know, I'm retired from the military, so I am coming over. That's correct.
The military.
Mm-hmm. So I'm now I work now as a security consultant in most places, you know, and you know, I work hand in hand with people that I can learn from, or that want to learn from myself. And you know, we try to make it happen. I'm going to be in Nigeria very soon because I have places where I've been invited to give talks on security matters, and also to run some training for certain entities and certain organizations. So, you know, like when I'm over here and I'm watching things on the news that are security related, you know, it makes for good topics. You know, I mean, people who are out in Africa or in Nigeria who want to talk, or they want to air their opinions or their feelings about the way things are being run over there in Nigeria or anywhere in Africa. You know, it's always good for people like myself who don't live in Nigeria but come to Nigeria regularly to know how people are feeling, and to see how we can try and implement change in Nigeria, you know, most especially to the way people think and the way people feel. You know, there's a lot of things that people in Nigeria do that, from where I'm standing, are wrong anyway. And there's a lot of things that your government does in Nigeria that we think and feel are wrong. You know, but the only way to learn is for us to talk about it and to make people aware. Because I don't know, are you in Nigeria? Right. Now, one of the things that I like to say to people in Nigeria are, number one, you don't know your rights. Right? You do not know your rights. You accept everything, right? Because you think that's what's supposed to happen, whereas it's not. You know, there is quite a few things that I saw this week that really made me angry. You know, and one of them is the fact that your culture in Nigeria gets the better of you all the time. You know, you respect people that don't deserve respect, and you don't give respect to those that do. You know, I mean, I'm talking about people like the First Lady of Nigeria, the wife of the president, who felt it was her place to try and embarrass the governor of I don't know, was it Ekiti State or was it Ondo State or wherever, or your state, you know, in the person of Adeleke, you know, and she went up to tell him, you know, to stop singing. You know, who does that? You know, it's totally wrong. And I don't know why, even in Nigeria, you guys seem to think that the wife of the president is the president himself. You know, whether she's being honored with a title or not, that your title isn't, you know, it's not one of those official titles whereby you can speak to a government official anyhow you like. But I want to hear from Nigerians. I want to hear Nigerian people's perspective about all of this, and to know how you guys feel, you know, and what you guys think, you know, because at the end of the day, I'm speaking as someone who I believe has knowledge on the way things are done properly, you know, and also when some Nigerians will come on here and say, yes, well, you know, this is how we do it in Nigeria, you know, to ask them certain questions, you know, such as, you know, when you see something is wrong, why do you then like to waste your time and say that it's right, you know, just because it is so and so person who did it. So yeah, I want to hear from people like you, you know,
like in matter of these politicians talk, I'm not into it. I don't listen to all those politicians talk. I just do what I can do to survive in the country. So,
no, I hear that.
Yeah,
I hear that.
I don't care anything about politics.
Well, it's not so much about politics. You know, it's not so much about politics. I think it's more, you'll find it's more to do with the fact that you guys over there are so how can I put it? You're so indoctrinated into believing that so and so is the wife or the child of, and so therefore I can't say anything. Do you understand? Right? Whereas if I was to walk into your house, right, where you live, right, and say to you, "Oh, bro, move over, man. I want to sit down." You know, and yet you know, whether you know me or not, but I come into your house and start telling you, "Yo, bro, move that thing out of the way, man." You know, or I want to sit over there, switch off the TV. You know, you would say to me, "But hold on a second, you can't come into my house and tell me what to do." Right? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about your politics. I don't care about your politics. Your politicians all over the world are the same. They're all corrupt. They all do what they do. You know, even here in the UK, you know, politicians are politicians. A politician will always be a politician. You know, and as we say, a politician by any other name, right, is still a politician. No matter what you call them, they are still politicians. So let's forget that part, right? Let's deal with the fact that you've got a system in place in Nigeria, right, that to me is messed up, right? It's messed up, and you guys are accepting it, right, because you don't know any better.
Yeah.
You know, so hold on, let me see, because the setup on this, it's because this young man has decided that he wants to, right, hold on. La 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 la. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Bear with me a second. La 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 la. Dum 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 dum. Right, I need to get out of this game mode and put it on multi-box. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. So what do you do? What's your name, by the way?
God's power.
Say again?
God's power.
God's power, okay. So what do you do, God's power?
I sell phones.
Okay, excellent. Whereabouts? What, in Lagos?
No, in Delta State.
All right. Okay, excellent. Nice one. So you're the guy that I need to come to when I get to Nigeria and say, "Yo, G, I need a new phone, man."
Is that what you think?
I don't know. I mean, come on now. I mean, I'm gonna come to Nigeria. You know.
You know that over there it's even you that supposed to like be giving me phones because it's cheaper over there.
But bro, don't get it twisted. It is not cheap. It's not cheap.
It's kind of cheap. You know, it's kind of cheap because us getting it from there, it's kind of cheap. Yeah.
Right. When you say it's kind of cheap, now here's a question for you. Right. If I wanted a new iPhone 17, that's the latest phone, how much would you sell one?
That's iPhone 17 right now. Is it Pro Max or normal 17 or the Pro?
The Pro, okay, the iPhone 17 Pro Max.
Yeah, the Pro Max is like 4 points.
4 point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's how much it costs slightly more than that over here.
Yeah.
Right, so it's not cheap.
But no, you getting it from there is like 1.2 in dollars.
But we don't do dollars, we do pounds.
I'm sorry, pounds.
That's what makes it even more, because the dollar is less than the pound.
That's what I'm saying. You calculating it 2 pounds, like it's not even matching the 4 point something million we're selling it here in Nigeria.
So you're selling a 17 at 4 point. See? So because it would be better for me to buy it in Nigeria then, because it's cheaper.
No, buy it over there because it's cheaper over there.
Nuh-uh. I'm telling you, if I bought it in Nigeria, it would be cheaper for me.
What make you think it's?
I'm telling you, it would be cheaper for me to get it over there. How? Like I said to you, over here, right? A brand new iPhone 17, right? If I converted what it costs here to Naira, it's about close to 6 million Naira.
So how much are they selling it over there?
Over here, you can get a brand new iPhone 17 over here for, I think it's close to £3,000.
£3,000?
Close to. Because it's a brand new phone. It's only just come out. So if you're gonna buy one whole, right, it's 2,000 something plus VAT. So it comes to about almost £3,000.
Well, it's kind of cheap. I don't know. I think UK is costlier.
Yeah, UK is the most costlier place in the world. Everything that you want to buy, people over here always buy their stuff abroad anyway because it's cheaper. You know, like a lot of people buy their cars from the States, or they go to Europe and buy their cars and then bring them back over here because it's cheaper. Over here, right? Over here, like I drive a Tesla, right? And a Tesla over here, brand new Tesla, costs about almost £50,000.
Wow.
Yeah. Right. Now, if I was going to buy that same Tesla in America, right, you know, exchanging it and everything, it would cost me about almost £4,000.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, this place is expensive, very, very expensive. You know, even like, I mean, even properties. You know, when we're talking properties over here, a property that I could buy over here for 1 point something million pounds, right? If I was to go to Nigeria and build the same property, it would cost me about 200,000-300,000. So this place is expensive. It is.
The UK is expensive, very expensive.
Yeah, that's why over here you'll find some people have 2, 3, 4 jobs. You know, gotta keep going. Gotta keep going because everything here costs money. You know, you gotta pay your rent, gotta pay your tax. You know, you gotta pay tax on your car, gotta pay all the stuff on your car. You know, everything's paid for. Nothing's free here.
Exactly.
You know, so even if the government say again.
When you come into Nigeria, so you're gonna patronize me to get the 17 Pro Max. Where
are you?
Delta State.
Yeah, where about? Which part of Delta State?
Abraka. Do you know Abraka?
Of course, I've heard of it. Never been there, but I've heard of it.
So when you come,
well, the good thing is when I come to Nigeria, I'll be running my live show on Saturdays, even when I'm in Nigeria anyway, and probably during the week as well. So as soon as you know that I'm on, you know what I mean, and you can confirm that I'm in Nigeria, then yeah, we'll hook something up. Not a problem. All right. And I'll let other people know where you are as well so that they can come and patronize you. Because that's what we do. All right. So it's all good, man. It's all good. All right. You have a great day.
You too.
Take care.
My chat.
Definitely.
All right.
Alrighty. Yeah, you too. Kenny Moore, good morning. How you doing? Yep. We're here as per. Good morning, Kenny Moore. And everybody else that's joined. Yep, that was me speaking with God's Power this morning. He sells phones in Delta State. So please, if you're anywhere near Abraka, please patronize him. He sounds like a great guy. And we're here to build each other up. We're not here to pull each other down. So yeah, let's get out there. And yeah, Kenny, that's great, man. That's great. Come aboard, man. Let's talk. You know, I'm trying to get people to talk about, you know, all this security stuff and all this, you know, stuff that's been going on in the news, especially in Nigeria. And yeah, it'd be great if I had people come on to share their experiences, you know, and to talk about stuff that could be beneficial to others. Yeah, and as you're joining on, please share this live stream, invite people in. Let's talk. Yeah, thank you, Kenny. I saw that. Just waiting on a few more people to get here so that we can have some fun today. Don't forget to keep tapping, people. Keep tapping, keep sharing. Let's try and get up to 1,000, and then we can have some real fun. Remember, by tapping, it just shows that you guys are following this and you're enjoying this, and we're all learning and we're all educating each other on certain things that are important. You know, it's not always just about dancing up and down and shaking and whatever. You know, sometimes it's more to do with the fact that we are educating ourselves. And good morning, Lady Doyen. How are you? So fantastic to see you, Lady Doyen. It would be nice to have you on the panel, because people like yourself normally have very invaluable information that you can share with us and to help, especially the Nigeria community. And it would be really, really great to have you on as one of my special guests. So please, I've sent an invite out to you. Please accept it. Come on board and let us share and educate ourselves. Uncle Sheyi Kayo, good morning, sir. Come on, come on. Excellent. Good morning, Kenny Moore. How are you?
Good morning.
My goodness, what an honor. What an absolute honor.
How have you been?
I am well. I'm very, very well.
It's been a while.
It's been a long while. You know, it's been a very, very long while, and I'm still waiting for that invite, you know, to come and star in one of your fantastic movies.
You know what? I'm actually in Nigeria.
Yep, I'll be in Nigeria next month. So you better stay there and carry on filming.
So far, so good. You know, yeah, Nigeria is Nigeria. Security wise, I'm not sure. They're trying.
Well, you know what, Kenny? The thing is, the thing is this. Now, I obviously a lot of everybody's aware of the incident that happened during the week with His Excellency Governor Adeleke and the first First Lady. Now, that's one of the things I want to talk about today, because on this platform, I don't know if you've been on my platform before, but this is what we do here. You know, aside from being an Hollywood actor, I don't know whether you know that I'm actually retired from the British military. After 15 and a half years, I retired, and now I'm a security consultant after spending 2.5 years in the Metropolitan Police. And now I work as a bodyguard, and I teach security and security related matters. And basically, you know, because it is actually my dream to go back to Nigeria and work in that capacity, you know, with whoever is ready to take me on and use my services. I was in Nigeria last year, and I got headhunted by certain individuals who, you know, absolutely light.
Gbenga, listen, I would recommend you for anyone in Nigeria to take you up.
Thank you.
Especially in the military or, within the government.
Mm-hmm.
I will honestly recommend you.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen your work. You're also my boss. You know that you're also my boss. The punishment you give me from the Army of Salvation.
Oh Lord.
They hold me doing press ups and all of that. Yeah.
It happens. It happens.
You drill me. Yeah.
It happens. It happens. That is life. We go through.
Yeah, honestly, I will just calm down. Honestly, I would recommend you for.
Thank you.
I don't even know what you're still doing in UK, Gbenga. What are you doing there?
Well, at the moment, I'm just basically finding my feet again. I've been through quite a bit. And to God be the glory. I'm still here.
Yeah.
Obviously my time in the military, it taught me a lot of lessons. And obviously as a human being, that you will always go through stuff, relationships and kids and everything. But as they say, we live and we learn and we grow.
Sure.
So now. Here I am. I went to Nigeria last year to do another movie, and it truly was a blessed journey because I got to work with the late great Charles Olumo, that a lot of people know as Agbako, and to God be the glory. I was one of the last people to work with him before he passed.
With him,
But while I was over there in Nigeria, I got headhunted by a few people, and one of them was the owners of Halogen Security, who they wanted me to be their MD. So it was something that I was actually shocked when I was asked this, because I would never have thought that something like that would have come my way. But God knows what He does and why He does it. And that also paved the way for several other invites and invites and stuff. And here I am now, a year down the line. One of the political parties in Nigeria, namely the National Youth Alliance, then contacted me through their president, who offered me several options, which I had to think about. And recently, I was appointed the Director for Security and Protocol within that party. So, my coming to Nigeria is twofold. I'm coming to do a couple of movies while I'm out there, but I also have meetings planned up and down the country. I'll be going to Abuja, I'll be going to Lagos, I'll be going to certain other places. I'll be giving talks. In Nigeria.
Be very busy then.
I'm going to have a very busy time while I'm out there. It's a working holiday, as I like to call it. But it's something that I've always wanted to do. I'm now in a position in Nigeria now where I can. It's not about being a politician and licking off the money. It's more to do. It's more to do with being a minister, a minister for change, and that, and that's, when His Excellency offered me the position, and he was calling me honorable, and I said to him, listen, the only time I regard myself as honorable is when I start work and I start making change. People need to recognize the fact that when you're put in a position, right, you are there to make change. You are there to effect change.
Yes, exactly.
And if you take up a position and all people know of you is that you're driving a fine car, and as a man, you've got a string of beautiful women that follow you everywhere, then you're not working. You're not working. So I want to come home and I want to do what I can to help my father's country.
Cars. Literally, those are not. Not your. What? I know you very well, Gbenga. So, driving a fancy car, or probably beautiful women around you. Yeah, but.
Well, I can't help that, because God. You know, I can't help that. You know, it's oh Lord.
Don't mind me, Gbenga.
No. It is not more a holiday but work, man. Thank you so much, Jay. Thank you for that comment and compliment. Listen, Jay, you know, come on. You know, I'm inviting people to come onto this forum. I like hearing from people. You know, so Kenny, with regards to the First Lady and Governor Adeleke, what's your view on that?
Okay, now I've seen several comments on the internet. Some were saying the First Lady shouldn't have addressed Governor like that. However, Governor should know where to stop, where to actually, you know, do his singing and dancing and all of that. A protocol is a protocol. You know, I know you, Gbenga. When you say your 5 minutes is your 5 minutes. You know? So, however, probably, I don't know, you know, for me, I would not say what the First Lady did was wrong and how he approached him was wrong because these people are friends. He can actually talk to him and say, you know what, I give you 5 minutes to do whatever you want to do. And I don't want you to sing and all of that. Because, I believe that he spoke to him like that because they have relationship.
Right. Kenny, you know me well, and I'm glad that you've made it known to the general public that you know me well. Now, this is my view on that. She was wrong.
She was wrong.
She was wrong.
Okay.
100%. Right? You see, they say respect is reciprocal. Right? She didn't
actually disrespect
him.
She
did. Oh, she did.
She did. Okay.
She did. And I'll tell you how she disrespected him. Right? Number one, she has just been honored with a title in his state.
Oh, were they in Osun State?
They were in I think they were in Osun State. They were in his state, right?
Okay.
Number one, he is the governor of that state.
Of that state.
Right?
Okay.
Now, when you're in my house,
okay,
right? When you're in my house, no matter what the occasion, right?
You respect me.
You respect me.
That's okay, yeah.
Right? That's number one. Number two, Governor Adeleke is known for his joyous and flamboyant self. Right? He danced his way into the governorship twice. Right? He is, for me, he's a breath of fresh air. That man, right? Every time I see him on social media, I'm loving him. Right? Okay. He doesn't take himself serious at all, but he works.
As I said earlier, sorry to come in. I said probably she did that because they have relationship.
Right.
Because they're close.
She did that. She did that because he was singing Christian songs. That's what it was. Right? Hold on.
He's also a Christian now.
Hold on. She did that because he was singing Christian songs, and a majority of the people there were Muslims. Right? That's number one. Right?
Okay.
Number two, right? Even if, right, you don't want him to sing, right? Why is she demeaning herself by getting off of her chair to talk to him like a little boy?
Okay, yes.
Right?
Yes, I agree with
now,
you. At
the expense of sounding sexist, yeah, she should know her place. Right? You are not the governor, right? You are not the president. You are the president's wife. That means
she could have at least said
that means you are absolutely no one.
Okay.
Right? Oh. Now, listen, it sounds wrong, but that's the truth. Right? You are the wife of the president. You are not the president. Right? And nor were you there to represent the president. You were there because they invited you there to be conferred with a title. Right? So, you know, this is why I say to a lot of people, you see, in places like Africa, especially Nigeria.
Right? 1 second, Gbenga. Do you think politics is being played in there?
Right, hold on. I'm coming to that.
Okay.
Now, what I say to a lot of people is this. You see, in places like Nigeria, you mix your culture, right? You get confused with your culture and common sense.
Okay.
Right? And I've said this, and I've been saying this for a couple of weeks now, right? Where does your culture stop and common sense begin?
Okay.
Right? You see, when we were growing up, right, we used to get told off if we told lies. Right? We got told off if we told lies. We got told off if we stole anything. Right? In fact, we got told off for anything. Right? But today, so long as you're bringing in money, no matter where you're bringing it from, people don't care.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
Now, when you know, like someone once said to me when I was younger, when the grown-ups are talking, kids are supposed to be quiet.
Sure.
Right? Now, in the UK, have you ever seen the Prime Minister's wife, right, decide to get up and go and tell somebody off because they're talking or they're singing?
No.
Exactly.
No, it wouldn't happen.
Right?
No.
She wouldn't. Right? Number one, because of the fact that it goes against protocol. Right? Number two, right? Especially if you're in my constituency, you're in my territory, and you're going to come in here because you're listen, your president's wifeness doesn't play any part, right? When you're in my territory. You're only in my territory because we invited you here.
Invited you there, yeah.
Right? So you cannot come into my territory and then tell me to sit down and shut up because you want to do something. It's not going to happen. Right? If she was over here,
the way you're actually explaining it to me right now, I actually didn't get it initially. You know, the way you're saying it now, I do get it.
That's why I said to you that your culture, right, is trying to override common sense. Right? And a lot of people, I mean, I was watching Rise TV, and a lot of the guys on there, they got it right. They said, you know what? What is she doing? Right? And some of them could go as far as to say, who does she think she is? Right? Even if she's a senator in Nigeria, right? Even if
she was,
right? She was, but she isn't.
At the moment, no.
Right? She was, and even if she was a senator, she's still under the governor. Right? By hierarchy, when we look at hierarchy, a senator is not the equivalent to a governor.
Okay.
Right? A senator comes under a governor. Right? The governor governs the whole state. That's his territory.
Okay.
Right? That's his territory. You cannot come into my house and tell me how to do my stuff. I can walk you out. Right? This is common sense. Right? Number one. Number two, that family is not really in a position to be trying to correct people. Right? You've got a lot of things. I mean, there's a lot going on in Nigeria at the moment that is absolutely killing security. Right? You've got the son of the president, right? Who's got more bodyguards than Michael Jackson.
Wow.
Right? The guy's going to an event. You've got 3/4 of your police force following him. You've got 3/4 of your military following him. You've got the NSO, the DSS. You've got the NSCDC. Everyone following one boy who is a nobody.
Sure.
Right? He's a nobody.
Sure.
Right? And I would go as far as to say
that is not necessary. No.
That's what I'm saying. You know, I would go as far as to say he's a nobody who's eating up all your resources in Nigeria, right? Whilst at the same time, right, playing away abroad, doing nonsense. Right? And trying to wheedle his way into becoming the next Lagos state governor. Now,
it's not going to happen, though.
Well, babe, listen, let me tell you something, right? You see, this is why I said to you, people like myself are putting it out there, right? If you are a true patriotic Nigerian, right, or an African for that matter, right, look at the right and fight for it.
True.
Right? And I've said to a lot of people on this platform on a Saturday, the problem with you guys is you don't know your rights. You don't know your rights. I don't know, you know, whether you've listened to some of my broadcasts. I mean, I was in Nigeria last year. I had a few incidences with the police, you know, and I quite enjoyed myself, you know, because it was fantastic. You know, I had a few incidences with the police out there. Some of them tried to intimidate me, you know, and obviously, as you know me, you know, I don't get intimidated like that. You know, I don't play those games. You know, I do not play those games at all. I can't be intimidated by your police in Nigeria because a lot of them don't even know what the job is. They've just got the uniform on.
Exactly.
You know, and there was a video that had been trending before I went to Nigeria of a police officer who slapped a Nigerian citizen because he wouldn't give him any money. And when the guy questioned why he slapped him, he then hit him with a stick. You know, so it trended for a while. You know, obviously, I know that police officer was eventually sacked from the Nigerian police force, but he was only sacked because people, you know, it went viral. You know, it went viral. Anyway, to cut a long story short, I was on my way to Ijebu for my cousin's wedding. And I was in my uncle's vehicle, right? My uncle is a barrister in Lagos, he's a very well-known barrister in Lagos. And his vehicle was adorned with stickers for the Nigerian Bar Association, right? Now, as a policeman, when you see stickers like that on someone's vehicle, right? Obviously, you should know that the vehicle belongs to someone who works.
Sure.
Now, you stopped the vehicle and you said to the driver to get down. I was actually asleep because I was in the vehicle with my sister, and we were going to this wedding. You stopped the vehicle. You told the driver to get down, as they do, and you proceeded to ask him for his vehicle documents, which he gave you. And then you said to him that his name on the driving license and the name on the vehicle are different. And he said, yeah, I know, because it's not my car. It's my boss's. He said, well, go and call your boss to come down here and verify himself. Now, I'm in the vehicle and I'm asleep. And my sister, who obviously knows the kind of brother that she's got, you know, she said to the driver, shall I wake my brother up? And he said, no. Yeah, he said, shall I wake my brother up? And she said, no, don't wake him up, you know, because if you wake him up, there'll be trouble, you know. But anyway, I woke up because I suddenly realized that the car isn't moving. And I woke up and I said to my sister, where's the driver? She said, oh, the police have called him over there and they're interrogating him. I said, for what? She said, you know, she told me that the police officer said that he said that the vehicle documents and driving license have got there. I said, so I thought, what kind of stupidity is this? You know? So I got out of the vehicle, and as I got out of the vehicle, I noticed that there was a police officer our side, and there was the driver and the inspector, as I like to call them. They call them DPOs in Nigeria. I don't know why, you know, but the DPO and the driver were that side. Anyways, as I got down, I noticed that the guy our side had an AK-47 strapped to his chest. And he had this very long stick that he was walking around with. So I said, I got down out of the vehicle. I said, oi. And he looked up at me. I said, yeah, you, I'm talking to you. Come here. And he said, what? I said, yeah, come here. Why am I still here? You know, why have you stopped my car? He said, go and ask him. I said, no, if I wanted to ask him, I'd ask him. I'm asking you.
Oh, ask him, yes.
Right? So anyway, he walks over to me, you know, bold as brass. You know, because he's got a stick in his hand. He's got an AK-47. And I said to me, I'm going to ask you again, why am I still here? He said, this, that. I said to him, bro, listen, give me back my vehicle documents and let me get out of here. And his face changed, you know. And he said something to me. And I said to him, bro, you got two choices. You're either going to slap me or shoot me. Right? I said, but here's a word of advice. If you move your hand, or if your hand so much as twitches, I'm going to drop you. Right? And he thought long and hard, and he turned around and he walked off. So I went to the other guy and I said to him, excuse me, why am I still here? He said, oh, yeah, well, you see, I said to him, bro, you're not making any sense, right? Why am I here? He said, oh, yes, well, sir, you know, the vehicle. I said, oh, so you want the owner of the vehicle to come down here? I said, we are in between Lagos and Ijebu, right? The owner of the vehicle is at church in Lagos, right? He's a barrister, and you want him to come down here because you want to clarify who owns the vehicle, right? Right? I said to him, I'm the nephew of the owner of this vehicle, right? And as you can hear from the way I'm speaking to you, I don't live in this country, right? So give him back the documents and let's go. So I know it doesn't work like that because, you know, there are many. I said to him, bro, listen, you're chatting rubbish. Yeah, just give me back my papers, right? And then he started getting real. I said to him, bro, you do realize that you're not speaking to a civilian here, right? I am not a civilian. I said I didn't really want to identify myself to you, but obviously I'm having to, right? I am not a civilian, right? And I told him who I was, and he said to me, "Oh, so why didn't you say that first?" I said, "That's got nothing to do with it." I said, "You're not doing your job, right? Because there's no crime committed here, right? You are actually perpetrating a crime right about now." I said, "So now you've got exactly 5 minutes to give him back the papers, or else I'm going to take action, and you're not going to like it." Right? So he gave back the papers, and it just made me wonder that, listen, if Nigerians knew their rights, right? If Nigerians knew their rights, people like the First Lady wouldn't go around throwing herself around as if to say she was God Almighty, right? Listen, Kenny, you've been to the UK. You know how things are done over here, right? Yes, we have our issues in the UK, but listen, everybody's got rights, right? Everybody's got rights. And as I said on this same platform, you know, I've been saying it for weeks, a police officer has no right to slap you, no matter what.
Absolutely not.
Right?
No.
A police officer shouldn't even be carrying sticks around to beat you with. Sure. Right? Now
we're not in the 20, we're not in the 18
you're not in the 18 anything, right? And one of the things is this. That's right.
They use it on people.
Now, one of the things is this, and I say this to a lot of people, is this. Now, people talk about the abolition of slavery, right? People talk about racism. And I've been heard telling people this a lot. Like, listen, stop talking about slavery, stop screaming about racism. Because at the end of the day, right, you that screaming it are worse than the people that perpetrate it, right?
True.
In places like Nigeria, right, you have been taught or you've learned from slavery movies, slavery videos. And instead of you to improve yourselves, you're now living that life, right? All in the name of, do you know who I am? Right? Now we're living in a Nigeria where security is belittled, I'll call it. Right, I'll say security is belittled because if I said to, I mean, and here's a funny story for you, Kenny, and this one you'll like this one. When I was in Nigeria a few years ago, right? This was before a lot of people got to know me in the world of security. I went out with some friends in Ibadan. And when we were out, we were obviously on at a table with a lot of our friends who were like bank managers and the like, you know, masters of industry, and a load of women. And where we sat, you know, I was sat next to this beautiful young lady, and we were talking, you know, and obviously I like asking questions because I like to stay safe. And I said, "Oh, so what do you do?" She said, "Oh, I work in a bank. I'm a banker." I said, "Oh, fantastic. You know, that's really good. You know, which bank?" And she told me, and she was really proud. You know, "I'm a banker. You know, I'm a." So she said to me, "Oh, and you, what do you do?" I said, "Oh, I do security." And her face changed. She's like, "You do security?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "So you're just a common security guard?" I said, "Oh, thank you."
Oh, come on!
Right? Hold on. You haven't heard the best part of the story. So
how much was she earning that said?
Oh, bro, hold on. This is the best part of the story. So she said, "Oh, so you're just a common security guard." Now her boss was there with us, and he started laughing because he knows me. So I said, "Yeah." I said, "I'm a common security guard." I said, "Unfortunately, I don't work in a bank, but yeah, I do security." I said, "It pays my bills." I said, "So you're a banker?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "So how much do you earn?"
Wow, great.
Right now we're talking 2012. We're talking 2012 here. She said, "Oh, she was actually proud." She said, "Yes, well, I'm earning 80,000 naira a month. Blah blah blah." So I said, "Oh, I said that's really good." I said, "You know what? I'm proud of you, man. Kudos." She said, "Yeah." So and how much? I said, "So 80,000 naira a month. That's fantastic." Now, obviously, you guys know how we behave, right? Now we're at this, we're at this joint. We got a table full of drinks, and I'm not talking Star, I'm not talking Guinness, I'm talking Hennessy, I'm talking Remy Martin, bottles, right? Right, we're talking bottles.
Bottles,
the whole place is for everybody's got their cups out, they're pouring their own shots and having a great time. Those are going to drink minerals or drink, but it's got a table full of drinks. So I said to her, "Well, the fact that I'm a common security guard," I said, "maybe, and I ordered most of these drinks, and she looked at me funny. So I said, "So maybe, the banker will pay for the drinks." And she, and the thing is, this is where
the banker is a woman, though.
Yeah, listen, Kenny, don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. Because, what a man can do, a woman can do better, you guys say, right?
That's what
right? And remember in the UK, you guys all claim equality, I'm equal. I'm equal to.
Oh, yes, we do that.
Right. Right. Anyways, so I said to her, mate, you're a banker, and I'm a common security guard. So maybe you will pay for the drinks. She said, so well, you couldn't afford the drinks. Why were you ordering everything? You're just here farming. And blah, blah, blah. So I sat there, I looked at her. Her boss was giggling. When I say this guy could not control himself.
Just laughing.
Right? So she said, anyway, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, me, I'm a banker, and blah, blah. You come in here, you're farming, you're this. How much do you even earn? So I said, how much do I earn?
You're farming.
She said, so how much do you even earn? So I said, oh, well, if I convert what I earn to Naira, right? We're looking at about 3.5 million a month.
Million at the time, yeah, 2012, yes.
Her face changed. So she said,
"Never.
What kind of security do you do?" I said, "So that was the first question you should have asked me first."
You should have asked. Exactly. They thought maybe just someone who would be in front of the gate.
So her boss then said to her, exactly, that's the question you should have asked first. That what kind of security does he do?
Excellent morning, everyone.
Good morning, Master Genie. How are you, sir?
Good morning, sir. I'm very good, sir. How are you too?
Oh, very well, thank you. I'm glad that you're here.
You're looking very well.
Bro, listen, man. It's the glory of God. It is the glory of God.
Thank you.
You know how we do on a Saturday morning, man. So anyway, guys, so as I was saying, so she said, so what kind of security do you do? I said to her, well, I'm a high-end security person. Right? After 15 and a half years in the military, and I've got qualifications in security that you can only dream about. So I'm actually a criminologist, who does security. So she said, well, you didn't tell me. I said, you didn't ask. Right? And this is and this is me going back to what I said earlier on about culture, right? You're so in Nigeria, you're ignorant to the point where you're all about status and labels. Right? Everybody wants to be the CEO. Everybody wants to be the MD, but nobody wants to do the work.
Exactly.
Right?
And now, have no idea.
No. Right?
To be a CEO.
That's right. Now, one of the major problems that we have in Nigeria, right? And it is a big problem. And I'm pretty sure, Kenny, right? That in countries like UK, countries like America, right? Nigerians are the highest educated people anywhere in the world.
True.
right?
Sure.
They are the highest educated people in the world. One Nigerian could have the whole alphabet after his name, right? But would still know nothing. Right? They would still know nothing. You know, I remember going to Nigeria and questioning someone in the Nigerian police. I said to him, if you were going to search me, what would be the first thing that you're supposed to do? Thank you very much for that. Thank you so much. God bless you. All right. I said, if you're going to search, this is a search now, right? Just to search me. I said, what's the first thing you're supposed to do? And the guys, they're looking at me and said, why would I want to do anything if he said, I have to search you. And I said, no. You can't just search me. Right? You see, there's a thing called human rights. Right? And there's a thing called my rights as a human being. Right? Now, this is, we're still talking about these incidents that happened during the week in Nigeria. Right? In Nigeria today, people read about human rights. They've heard about human rights, but they don't know what human rights is. Right? You see, when my coming to Nigeria, as I said to you, Kenny, is I'm coming to Nigeria to give talks and to possibly set myself up as a training academy for security officers. Right? Now, I've been invited by the NSCDC to come and do just that. They want me to come and retrain the NSCDC. I'm going to be giving talks and lectures on security and security-related matters. And one of the major security topics that I want to talk about in Nigeria is doing security the right way. I'm even trying to write a book that is aimed at Nigeria, right? On doing security the right way. Right? There's doing security the right way, and there's doing security the Nigerian way, which is all wrong. Right? Now, my question to a lot of people is this. Now, if you're in Nigeria and you study accountancy, right? You can take your accountancy qualifications and bring them to the UK or go to the US or anywhere in the world and claim you're an accountant, and they can put you in that position and you will work. Am I right?
Yes.
Right.
Sure.
But how many security officers in Nigeria can come to the UK or go to America and work the same way?
Impossible.
Right? Because number one, I'll give you a little story. When I first ventured into the world of security, this will make you guys laugh. I remember I went to Nigeria for the first time when I was 17. Now, when I got to Nigeria, the first thing I noticed was that you've got a lot of soldiers on the road, Army, Navy, and Air Force, which was quite fascinating to me. That's what fueled my love for the military. That's how I ended up in the military in the first place, because I absolutely loved the idea that there's soldiers, they dress up, they look really smart, really neat, and that my father's junior sister happened to be a lieutenant commander in the Nigerian Navy, and she was married to a Navy captain. So I had an internal insight as to military life from quite a young age. Anyways, I got my first security job. This was just before I joined the army. I was in my early 20s. I think I was 21, just thereabouts. Anyways.
So this was in Nigeria?
No, this was here in the UK.
Oh, okay, in the UK. Okay.
Yeah, my first ever security job, I was here in the UK. I'd come back from Nigeria. I'd been in Nigeria for like 3.5 years. I'd escaped, and I escaped because, like, when I say to people, I went to Nigeria when I say to people I went to Nigeria when I was 17. What I normally say to people is I was deported from the UK to go to Nigeria by my father, who
bad breed child to go and learn, sir.
My father deported me. Good morning, King MC Spice. How are you?
Big bros.
How's things?
Thank God.
Excellent. So anyways, I was saying, so I got this job as a security officer in Dalston Shopping Centre. And I was really happy. I'm in a uniform. I've got my cap on. I feel really important because in Nigeria, if you wear a cap, you know, you got a radio, you're in a uniform, you're a very powerful person. You know, you hold a position of authority. Anyways, I got a call from one of the shops to tell me that there was a guy in the shop. She asked him to leave and he wouldn't leave. So I'm security. I've walked in there. You know, in Nigeria, when you're security, you know, if you talk to people, they don't listen to you, you deal with them. So I thought, fine. I walked into the shop. I said to the guy, listen, she asked you to leave. So get out. And he said, you can't talk to me like that. So I slapped him. I slapped him and I slapped him bad. And the woman who called me looked at me and said to me, what are you doing? I said, but you asked me to come and get him out. He said, yeah, but you can't slap him. You can't beat him up. That's not, you just assaulted the man. I said, but you called me. I said, you didn't want me to do this. Why did you call me? Anyway, the police were called and the police officer looked at me, you know, young security guard, right? And, you know, he asked me some questions. Obviously he found out I was from Nigeria and he laughed.
Gbenga, hold on. You were coming with the Nigerian mentality then.
Exactly. Exactly. Right? This is why I said earlier on, a police officer has no right to slap you.
Absolutely.
Right? A police officer has no right to slap you.
In a working country.
Right? Anywhere in the world.
In a working country.
Right?
They have no right. Can I interrupt?
Yeah, of course you can.
All right. So, I've been listening, you know what I mean? And I in my head, I'm thinking, you're comparing Nigeria to the UK. Like, all right, I'll give you an example. It was me and your friend that went to Nigeria at the time for my sister's wedding. And I remember clearly that night we got stopped. It was my driver's fault. He was on the phone right next to the police officer. But because it was in an official car, he didn't care. Do you understand? Anyway, the guy pulled us over and he came out the car. It was the junior officer that came out first. So they talking and it was like, the driver was like, look, I'm taking the commissioner's family home. Do you understand? And he's like, they'll say they be commissioner people. So now the senior officer came out the car and he cocked his gun. But Ashola was like, hey, Papa, please don't say a word because first time in Nigeria, my British accent is strong as hell. So I was shitting bricks. And this is how these guys are.
As you do.
The officer was drunk as hell. Now, is that somebody that's drunk? Someone that's drunk. Is that who I'm going to talk to like a reasonable person that's going to hear me?
That it didn't pull the trigger.
Oh, I need the moment he cocked his gun. Now, bear in mind, my brother's daughter was in the car with us. I'm shitting bricks that we're all gonna die today. Like literally. And my brother's like, don't talk. Because I was like, if it's money they want, I've got money, I'll give it to them.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You know, he said, no, if you speak English, you will pay more than normal. Anyway, long story short, the driver he got on the phone and this was straight bullshit. Okay, commissioner, they don't stop your family or they didn't call anybody. And the moment that officer heard that, they go. And this is how they do. They're not reasonable people.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Right. Can I just stop you there? Right now, you see, this is the reason why things like that happen in Nigeria is because of the fact that, like I said, a lot of people, even you UK or we UK types that go to Nigeria and have heard all the stories in the world. Right now, let me flip that script for you. I was in Nigeria last year. I don't know whether you heard the story that I told earlier on about me going to Ijebu, right, in my uncle's vehicle that had Nigerian Bar Association plastered all over it, right? Oh, wow. And the guy tried to intimidate me because he had a stick and an AK-47 strapped to his chest, right? Now, I basically walked over to him and said to him, bro, you got two choices. You're either going to slap me or shoot me, right? But if your hand twitches, I'm dropping you. Right? You see, one of the things I've learned, and probably this is because of my military background, is if you show a man your weakness, he will work on that.
He'll work on it. That's standard, though.
Right? Listen, let me tell you something. Whether a man is drunk or high as a kite, yeah, right? He knows when to sober up and to sit down and shut the F up. He knows. Right? You know, like when a dog, right? When a dog approaches you, the dog knows when you're scared. Right? When a dog approaches you, a dog knows when you're scared. And the dog will work and, you know, it will operate off of your fear. Right? But if you're bold as brass, let me tell you something, right? I mean, come on now, you're one of us, right? You're a UK cat, right? You speak your English. If you speak your English boldly, they will sit up.
Yeah, because they don't know who's picking
right?
you know.
I haven't met a police officer in Nigeria yet. Right?
And they're speaking that English. We even have said that more.
It does. It does.
It
does. But here's a joke for you, right? A few years ago, I was in Nigeria. The car got stopped, and I had one of those stubborn police officers that you're talking about. And I said to him, "You know what, bro? It's not even worth arguing about. Here's the keys to the vehicle, right? Everybody, get out of the car. We're gonna walk, right? And you're gonna beg me to take those keys off of you." Right? That conversation died right there. He was begging me to take the keys. Like, no, take your key, and go. You understand, right? Reverse psychology is so easy on Nigerian police.
Not every one of us.
Trust me, sis, right? Trust me. It's so easy because of the fact that they know they're not doing their job.
I have my way of dealing with them, really.
Yeah, Kenny, I know you have your way. You open your purse or your wallet, or you're Kenny Moore. You understand?
Yes.
Right? You're Kenny Moore. Who's going to mess with Kenny Moore? You understand? Right?
Even my quietness in the car.
Exactly.
The police are shivering.
Exactly.
They don't know who that person is in
you
the
know?
car.
I mean,
that's the one thing I learned quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And I learned this. It was in Ibadan the first time, and I was smoking.
Mm-hmm.
And around the time they banned smoking in Lagos,
Mm-hmm.
you understand, smoking on the street.
Mm-hmm.
So I was smoking in Ibadan. I thought it was the whole of Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, long story short, my friend was saying to me, as soon as I saw the police, I started panicking. I threw my cigarette on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And why? Number one, look at you, how you're dressed. You don't dress like you're a riffraff, or this guy would not even dare approach you because he doesn't know whose child you are.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So the way you're dressed doesn't seem like a normal Niger citizen.
That's right.
So, and funny enough, the police officers walked past me. He still had a cigarette in his hand, and they just, "Hi, how you doing?" And they walk past. But my thing is, the army don't behave like that. They don't just do stupidness.
No, they don't.
On my way to Ijebu as well, you know that Ijebu long stretch here?
Mm-hmm.
There's so many police checkpoints.
Yeah.
Do you know how many police checkpoints that we stopped at? Now, because I have a military, I always have my army bodyguard when I'm in Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they don't say much to us. Do you understand? But one particular one wanted to give us problem. You know, anyway, by the time my army guy spoke to him, he calmed down. They even offered us Igbo. Can you imagine? Olopa offered us to buy Igbo if you want to buy Igbo. But by the time we got to a checkpoint, a military checkpoint, no word of a lie. This guy was so professional.
Mm-hmm.
He checked the paperwork of the vehicle. He didn't ask for no tips or nothing, and we were moving. I felt like giving him something.
Yeah. Yeah.
But why are Nigerian police not trained properly?
Bro, listen, it goes back to what I said earlier on about culture, right? You have a culture of doing wrong and calling it right. Yeah. And because of the fact that nobody's checking you, right? I mean, come on now. If you're supposed to be a police officer, if your boss, right, is as dirty as they come, how do you expect to be a good police officer if all you know is what you've seen? Do you understand? In the world of development, right? In the world of development, you try to emulate. I mean, come on now. You got all these kids out there wanting to be football players, right? They've seen what Ronaldo has done in the world of football. They've seen what Ronaldo has done. You know, you remember there's two different Ronaldos here. We're talking about the Portuguese and the Brazilian, right?
Ronaldinho and Ronaldo.
Right? Everyone's seen, no, there's two Ronaldos. Remember, you got the original Ronaldo and then you've got Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
everybody's seen what these Ronaldos have done for the world of football. Right? Everyone's seen what Beckham's done. Everyone tries to emulate these people. Right? It's the same in Nigeria. If you're working as a police officer and your boss only knows how to smoke weed, right? Take people's money and beat people up, as far as you're concerned, that's real policing. And that's how you're gonna develop yourself, and that's how you're going to grow. Right? And that's why I said earlier on, can you take a security guard from Nigeria to come and be a security guard in the UK? The answer is no. Can you take a police?
No. It's capital no.
Right? Can you take a police officer in Nigeria straight into the UK to be a police officer? The answer is no. Right? Why? Because of the fact that most of your police officers in Nigeria couldn't spell law backwards.
True.
Right? I said to one of my cousins who came to the UK, she graduated as a barrister, and she was really proud to tell me that she was a barrister. And I said to her, I'm really happy for you. So what do you do for a living? Right? She looked at me funny that I just told you that I'm a barrister. I said, I heard that. I said, but what do you do for a living?
In the UK.
No. In Nigeria. I said, what do you do for a living? She said, but I'm a barrister. I said, yeah, so what do you do for a living? And her father was sat there. He said, but Gbenga, you heard her tell you that she's a barrister. I said, yeah, I heard that part. I said, but what does she do for a living? Right? And they didn't get it. Right? They didn't get it until I said, well, you live in a country that has no law. And as far as I'm concerned, barristers practice the law. Right? So if you live in a country that has no law, what exactly is it that you do for a living? Right? You've got the title barrister. I said, you know what it means when someone says they graduated from university as a barrister? He said, what? I said, it means you can answer questions. It doesn't mean you know the job. Right? It's like people in my field who tell me that they've got close protection licenses. They've got door supervisor licenses. That basically means I set you a test of 100 questions and you pass through the pass mark. It doesn't mean you know how to do the job.
You don't have the experience.
Right? You don't have the experience. I've seen so many guys and girls who, when they graduated from military training college, right? The first time we went out on exercise and they heard a bang, right? They were disorientated and they walked the other way. Right? And I say this to a lot of guys, just because you're tough in your hood doesn't mean you're tough. It means that people think you're tough. Right? Until you're faced with a situation. Right? Like Mike Tyson said, right? Everybody's got a plan until you get hit. Right? Now, in Nigeria today, unfortunately, our people are suffering. Right? They're suffering because the government is ignorant. And they're suffering because they too are ignorant.
But
especially they too.
Yeah,
I don't think they're suffering. I swear down. Nigerians are they're loving what they're getting.
Bro, yeah, that's the point that I'm making.
Thank you.
That's the point that I'm making. Right? They are comfortable in their suffering. They are, or as Fela called it, suffering and smiling.
I'm smiling.
Right? You're suffering and smiling. Right? Now, why?
Let's hear other people's opinion about Governor Adeleke and
yes, good point. Good point. Well made. So I'm gonna call MC Spice, right? MC Spice, I'm pretty sure that you are aware of the incident that happened last week between Governor Adeleke and the First Lady.
It's so disrespectful. I'm sorry to say, like, that woman has no right on
Kenny. Are you hearing this, Kenny?
He has no right.
You've already educated me, Gbenga. And I said, okay.
So how it works? She's the wife of a president. She's not in any office. You understand? She's just a wife. Like his son.
But that man, he's doing too much.
No.
The reason that man was elected into that post was because of the way he's on too much.
Okay.
His people love him like that. I'm from Oshin. State. You understand? Oshin people love that man because they see him as a joyous person.
Kenny, what did I say earlier on?
He looks after them.
Yeah, you did. Gbenga, I told you, you've already educated me.
The man has practically earned the right to sing whenever he wants to.
You're right. Yeah.
He does.
You
know what? Out of majority of the governors, he does what he's supposed to do.
Exactly. Exactly.
You understand? And the people love him. Let's be frank. Now, I'm sorry, the wife of a president has no. It's like Michelle Obama telling the one of the state's governors to be quiet. Exactly.
No.
But this is it.
And that's the thing that's killing our generation right now. Let's be honest. Our father's generation, they shut us up. You understand? Like anytime we want to, shut up. Our adults are talking. Do you understand?
You sound like Gbenga now. Kings, you sound like Gbenga.
He's my brother.
Okay, you the two of you are. Okay, now I'm listening.
Now, and this is the way, that's why we've been oppressed. We can't talk. And we're passing it on to our children as well. This oppression is worse. These youths cannot even get up and talk to their elders that are misleading their country. But that woman to go to
they're now talking, no? They are now talking.
They're not talking.
Sorry, King. I'm just going to jump in there. Kenny, you know, King wasn't here. King wasn't here when I said earlier on, right? That you're confusing your culture with common sense, right? You're confusing culture and common sense, right? The reason why a lot of Nigerians felt that Adeleke was in the wrong was because of the fact that you believe that when the wife of the president is there, in your culture in Nigeria, the wife of the president will go into anywhere and she'll start messing the place up because she's the wife of the president. The wife of the president is exactly what is written on the can. You're the wife of the president.
No, that's not what I meant. I said because they had relationship.
No, forget relationship. That's an official engagement. Right? That's an official engagement. And furthermore, that state invited you to come in to be conferred with a title. So your job is to sit down, shut up, take what's given to you, say thank you, even if the man is singing, even if the man is singing out of tune, right? Sit there and take it and look at your watch until it's time for you to go home and wash your ears out. Simple.
She has no right to even open the mouth.
While we're here, I want to recognize the presence of His Royal Majesty Oluwatimileyin Falaye, who is the Fagbade one of Yoruba land in the UK. I'm going to call him in for a reason, because of the fact that he is a royal. He's a king, right? Official. And I want to get his view on this, because obviously being in a position, because remember, she was conferred with a royal title in that man's state, and I want to get his view on what he thinks about it. Because number one. Number two, like myself, because he's like a brother to me as well, just like King is like a brother to me. He's also a brother to me because we both served in the British military. So I want to get his view on that, from a security perspective, because he's also security personnel. Your Majesty, good morning, and thank you for coming on board.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here today. First thing that I just want to say is that we Nigerians, we always feel entitled. Number one, you are the wife to the president. You are not the president. And you should not be acting like the president. So if they invite you to a place, you don't have an office, you're not elected, you are just a normal citizen in the country because you're just a wife. So because she's the wife, she thinks she can act like the president when she approached an event, and she's wrong. She shouldn't be doing that. Now you go to a state that has been aired by somebody as the first citizen of his state. He has all the capacity to do whatever he wants in that state, how he wants it. in the state is really, it's really you want to this is my protocol.
Your Majesty, we can't hear you. You're fading out.
Well, I think it's the can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah. When she went down to him, telling him that, oh, you've only got 5 minutes, he told her, he said, this is my protocol. This is the way I do my thing in my state. So if you think the time is going and you can't wait, then you might as well just pack your bag and go home.
And leave.
Sorry, I'll get back.
Like literally sentiments. A lot of Nigerians tend to put sentiments in you know, oh, she's the wife of the president. Don't that fire. I don't say.
Oh, come on now.
It's a disrespect. And especially, hold on. This is the same thing his son is doing. This Sheyi Tinubu guy.
Totally.
He does exactly the same thing. You're not in office.
Yeah. Sorry.
So
now she feels like time is going and you are invited to come to the state to get a chieftaincy title. If you know you can't wait, all you need to do is just go. So you have no right to tell the sitting governor of the state to hurry up because you want to follow the program. And it's still mentioned to you, this is my protocol. Everybody knows, and wherever he goes, he first sing, he pray before he can go ahead to do whatever he needs to do. So if you come into the state and you don't want to follow that protocol, you can easily tell the king, you know what, that guy is going to waste some time. I don't want to come. And you can stay back. But you can't go somewhere and change it. Now, she didn't see herself as the wife. Let me give you an example, going back to London now. When the Queen was alive and Prince follows her around, what does he do? He stays behind her, hold his hand behind. Hold on.
Going back to what we were saying earlier on, a lot of Nigerians leave Nigeria to go abroad. But the question is, what do they learn? And what do they take back home? Apart from to show off the fact that they've got a bit more money in their pocket. You know?
Yeah.
And this is one of the... Oh, yeah, sorry. Carry on, sir.
Yeah, the thing is, a lot of people need to be educated. A lot of people are not educated. And that is the reason why they're doing things wrong. They feel they can do whatever they want. No one's going to challenge them. Now, like I said earlier on, when the Queen is going somewhere, the husband stay behind. I've never seen anywhere that the husband went to and act like the Queen. People know he's the husband, but he never act like the Queen. So when the president goes somewhere, you can see Donald Trump, when he goes somewhere, the wife never act like the first lady of the country. She sits like a wife. And that's the way she's supposed to be. She has no right to go somewhere and start acting like the president. And that's the reason why the son is doing the same thing.
He's doing the same thing.
I saw a video of him getting a lot of military officers, police, armed forces, and everything follow him up and down. It's totally wrong. A lot of people need to be educated. What I realized, they know what they're doing is wrong, but because they are allowed to do it, that's why they're doing it.
Abisi.
Yes, sir.
I just chip in. If you remember Buhari, Aisha never, ever, ever once came out and talk. You never, ever see Aisha behave the way this woman was behaving. You never see it. I'm sorry, like the power drunk. Huh?
No, carry on.
Somebody said something.
No, carry on.
They're power drunk. I'm sorry to say. They are all power drunk. All of them. The son, the daughters, all of them are power drunk. How can you tell a whole governor, like you said, is the first person in that state, the whole governor of the state, to be quiet and come off stage? That's full disrespect. and he deserves an apology from her. 1,000,000%. Sorry to interject, Kabisi.
No, it's fine. So if we look into that, we will know that what she did was wrong. And that is the reason why a lot of things are going wrong. It's right from the top to the bottom. People feel they can do whatever they want and nobody's going to challenge them. You could imagine some people have some kids, they go outside and they act like their dad. Oh, my dad is the governor, I can do whatever I want. Oh, my dad is the president. Oh, my dad is the minister, I can do whatever I need to do. But they don't realize what they're doing is so wrong. And when you see all those guys coming to the UK or to the United States, they will never, ever act the same way. When they come to London, you see them on the train, you see them on the bus, no protocols, nothing. But they're doing that because they're allowed to do it. If they find a way to educate these people, they will understand that what they're doing is totally wrong. When the guy is number one of the state, give him to respect and stay as a wife to the president.
Right now, if I can just jump in there quickly before I bring King Spice back in and then bring in Master Genie. Now, I'm always going to go back. I'm always going to go back to this same point. And that one point is this. You are confusing culture with common sense. Right? Now, I had this conversation during the week with someone and I said, okay, does the child or the children of the president deserve to have that much security around them? Now, being someone who's been in the security industry for over 30 years, right, I can honestly say to you that they do. But they don't need a battalion around them. Right? They do not need a battalion. When I look at the royal family in the UK or the children of the presidents of America or most of these other European countries, they're normally given at most 2 or 3 people to walk with them. And that's because that's my field. So I know. Right? 2 or 3 people will walk with them. Right? A minimum of 1 person.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah.
If pastors are rolling with,
I was coming to that. I was coming to that. Right now, this is your mentality. I think Kenny said it earlier on. It's the mentality that you have in Nigeria that because people are calling you daddy or my man of God or whatever titles or labels you want to stick on each other, because that's the Nigerian way, right? You like to stick titles on it, man of God this and man of God that. Yeah, it's man of God, it's not God. Right? Now, I've said in the past, if a pastor needs 10 bodyguards and above, then you, the people that go to his church, need to check him out. Right? He's either a drug dealer, right? Or he's a snitch. Right? And that's the only reason why he would cover himself with bodyguards, right? Because a person who calls himself a man of God is there to preach the word, right? To convert and change souls and minds, right? He's not there to show you that he's rich and he's got the money to employ all this and he's got guns around him. And in church, right? You are basically calling yourself a mafia boss, right? With the Bible as your cover. Right now, the mentality that people have in Nigeria, the mentality that you have in Nigeria is that I could like King said, he goes to Nigeria, he's got his own military guys. Military guys don't need to be following you around, sir. Right? You can get private security, but military guys, you're taking soldiers away from looking after the country. Because you've got the money to, and obviously because the government ain't paying them right.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
But the thing is, let me correct you there, King. It's not your job to pay them. It's not your job. Right? It's not your job to pay them. It is totally wrong. Right? Was like I watch a lot of videos. I see these parties where you got soldiers at parties walking around with AK-47s.
They are holding the Madame's handbag.
Right? You've got soldiers holding Madame's handbag. You've got big-ass police officers holding, right, women's handbags. I mean, hello. What more disrespect?
Absolutely terrible.
What kind of disrespect is that?
Not the worst one I saw. I swear down, I was gobsmacked. A Yahoo boy. The boy cannot be more than 16. I swear, no word of a lie. He had a police officer escort.
Yeah.
Disgraceful.
You know, I mean, listen, you know what? I love WizKid, right? I love WizKid to the max. I mean, I've been WizKid's bodyguard in the past. You know, I've worked for him. You know, I love him to bits, right? But, you know, for people like WizKid and Burner and Davido and all them to be boasting of having military convoys and police escorts, and, you know, the only time you get a police escort is if you're a criminal, right? And they're taking you on holiday. Right? That's the only time. Right? There are, even though the problem with Nigerian private security companies is none of them are any good. Right? They're no good. Right? Because they haven't been trained. Right? What they've basically done, and I know this for a fact, is most of these guys go into the gyms in Nigeria. They get all these guys who've been pushing iron for years and years, and they got heads full of meat and nothing else. Right? And they said, yeah, you're big enough. You got big muscles. Yeah, at least when people see you, they'll be intimidated. You know, you'll come there and, you know, they don't even pay them right. Right? Close protection. I can tell you off the top of my head, minimum wage for close protection on a daily basis, daily rate, right? Minimum pay is £350 a day.
In Nigeria?
No, that's proper. All over the world, it should be a minimum of the equivalent of £350 a day.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
That's minimum. That's bare minimum. Why? Because of the fact that you expect me, right, to do certain things for you, right, in the instance or if there's an incident that warrants me protecting your life. Right? That's what's expected. Right? So why would you want to pay me less than that and expect me to look after you? Right? I'm your bodyguard. I'm your babysitter. Right? But at the same time, whilst I'm working, I'm also your boss. Right? You got the money, but I'm the boss.
You're looking after him,
right? And I tell people that all the time, that if you know, if you want to know about close protection, come talk to me. I'll tell you. Right? Yes. You're
15K daily for close protection.
Say again?
In Nigeria. Someone said in Nigeria it's 15K daily.
Bro, that's not close protection. That's slave labor.
That can never be. It can never be right.
It can never be right. 15K daily. I wouldn't take that. I wouldn't take that. Right? And this is what I keep telling people, right? People need to re-educate themselves. Right? I go through all that training, right, to be one of the best, and you want to pay me chump change. Do you know how much it costs to train me? Not real talk, right? I've spent 15 and a half years being screamed at and shouted at, you know, by certain people. You know, I've been out there. I've seen action. You know, I've seen certain things that the normal human being shouldn't see. Right. But, you know, that's just me. You know what? At this juncture, let me call in Clusterian Cyprian if he's there. Because, you know, this is another gentleman who, when he speaks, right, you know, a lot of what he says makes total sense. You know, and he's also a man of the world. Clusterian Cyprian, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Colonel Gbenga.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning so much, sir. And everybody here.
Good morning, sir.
King MC, good morning to you all. Good to be here. Yeah. So I just came in. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I came late. So I don't know. I just heard of the incident that happened between the First Lady and Governor of a True State. Mm-hmm. Okay, is that the issue of?
Oh yes, that is the main issue of today.
Okay. first thing I want to say about it is that I guess here, people don't really value boundary, as in creating boundaries in their lives. They don't value it. Or should I even say that familiarity or quest to lead the line in psychophancy. I don't know how to put it. That is the problem. Yes. Like here now, let me just give a kind of background before, so that it will help us get what we are going to. Here now, in my state, I'm from Anambra State. We have governor, and from childhood till now, I've seen several governors and all that. But I've never seen the level of psychophancy that we have now in politics. I have never seen. What do I mean? When a governor is performing fine, a governor deserves respect.
That's
fine.
right.
He deserves praise as well. Fine. But everything should have limit. Everything should have limit. What does it do? It helps not only the governor, but you also. If a governor does something good, he did something nice. He's not going to name every single thing he renovated, even the one that he just painted. They will change it to the name of the governor. Like in Anambra State now, you'll be seeing solution this, solution that, solution this, solution that, because of Soludo as the governor. Even if na painting where you only painting, you see solution this, solution that. So, coming to the case at hand, or the issue, what's the idea? I don't hear you, Rupao, but just trying to use my common sense. I guess he was trying to praise her or sing her song or thereabout before she, told him to cut everything and even leave the stage or something, if I'm not mistaken. But that's what I perceived, because the song was actually, I think, was meant for the wife of the president. I stand to be corrected. Okay? So, I see it not. I think the governor took the psychophancy to the highest level. To me, in as much as he deserves the right as the governor to speak, nobody should shut him up or something like that. But he himself already, didn't take his boundary seriously. Nothing stops you from going up there to say, okay, fine. I want to appreciate the First Lady of this federation for being here, this, that. They are all wonderful. They are all perfect.
Right, Cluster and Cyprian, can I just jump in there briefly? Right. Let me just bring you up to let me just bring you up to speed as to what happened. Now, basically, she was invited to his state. Right? She was invited to his state to be conferred with a chieftaincy title. Right? Now, as the governor of that state, right, number one, psychophancy or no psychophancy, familiarity or no familiarity, that's his state, right? He's known in his state for being a very jovial, a very bubbly character, right? The songs he was singing, believe it or not, he actually wanted to render a prayer. He was singing songs of praise, right, to God, right, before he starts. And that's how he does every single time. That's why he told her, this is my protocol. This is what I do. Right? This is what I do. Now, as I said earlier on, right, culture and common sense, even if she didn't like it, right, courtesy demands that she either writes a note and gives it to one of her orderlies and asks them to give it to him, right, or sit down, shut up, grin and bear it, and wait for him to finish, right? And then when they finish, when they're having their one-to-one, say to him, well, I didn't like that. Maybe next time you just tone it down a little bit, because this is what we're here for. Do you understand?
Perfect.
Right? That's the correct way.
Can I come in now?
Yeah, push that.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I like this enlightenment. At least I've gotten the picture. I thought the song is, I don't hear you, but I thought the song was actually, he was singing a song.
No.
Now I'm a Mabi.
Yeah.
I thought that was. Thank God that he was singing to. he was singing to his God. Man, that means the first lady actually, she was totally wrong.
Yes.
From all angles.
100%.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't have the. And secondly, it's not even her event.
No.
She was invited.
That's right.
Like the governor was invited. And she was totally wrong. But now, pick a line from what I said initially. Do you think she could do that to anybody? Do you think if it's another governor entirely, she would have done the same? She would
have done the same thing because she's the first lady of the country. That's why she would have done it. Right? It's the Nigerian way. That's what Nigerians do. Right? That's what she would have done anywhere, any state. Right? She would have tried to project that air of, well, I'm the wife of the president, and when I'm here, I tell you to do something, you do it. And that's, that what British people call arrogance.
Then there's no case, name. There's no case.
I love you, man.
There's no case.
Case closed. It's just a clear case of arrogance. It's just arrogance. Master Genie, I'm going to bring you in here. What's your take on this?
Thank you very much, sir. I believe everyone has, choosing their own, and what I see there is number one. I agree to that for anyone, because thanks for that. Taking him, enlightening us more about what really happened. But I'm a Yoruba, and looking at what happened that day, it's a total a disrespect. Even in the Bible or whatever they believe in, they understand that when somebody is the head, you don't disrespect. You have to always respect the head of your institution or a place. The same way, nobody can walk up to the pastor in the church and tell him to hurry up. I don't see why the first lady of the federation will walk up to the governor of the state, whereby he is the one they are honoring. I don't see any respect there. And number two is that she's the wife of the president. Doesn't mean that she can walk all over people and make people do whatever she wants. Because by doing so, she herself will even lose the respect people have for her. Because that day now, whatever the governor wanted to do, that she interrupted him and twice, she was not respecting herself. So in the act of maybe power drunk or being too arrogant, she's disrespecting herself. Anyone that is disrespecting someone is at the same time disrespecting themselves. So people will not give her the value she expects. Now she has made that man got more value now. And like somebody said earlier, I believe she needs to, make a public apology to the governor of Oshin State, because he doesn't deserve that no matter what. Because she will not allow anyone to do that to Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu when he was the governor of Lagos State. Nobody, no president will walk up to him and tell him to hurry up, because the governor then was a protester himself. He knows how to talk. He was a speaker. He was a great speaker. So just because Dr. Adelike's own is different, everybody have their own style. So I believe that was a total disrespect to the governor of Oshin State, and if he's not power drunk, he needs to apologize to him so that people would not do that again, because these are the things we are trying to say, that we lead by example. When she does that now, we don't know what the next first lady of the Federation of Nigeria will do to a sitting governor that is officially elected. The first lady wasn't elected by the people, and it was an opportunity. So I believe that was a total disrespect. It's not called for, and she needs to rectify that so that the people coming behind her will not go and copy the same kind of attitude. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Master Julie. Now, I took one point from what you said there, right? And I would really love to throw this out to everybody who is watching this at the moment. right? Now, when people say, yes, well, you know, she's the first lady and blah, 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 you know, he was singing and she told him to sit down, etc. and so forth. Now, here's my question to you. When President Tinubu was the governor of Lagos State, if he was talking and the president's wife got up and told him to sit down, right? Would that have sat well with Tinubu at the time? That's the question I want you guys all to ponder over. You know, whilst you're say again.
I might be wrong, but I will go for no.
No, you're absolutely right. Right? It would not have sat well with Tinubu.
No.
Right? It would not have sat well with Tinubu. So why is everybody jumping up and down because Tinubu's wife said? Right? Why is everybody jumping around and saying, yeah, well, Tinubu's wife told him to sit down because he was singing. He had no right to be singing. Why doesn't he have a right to sing? It's his state. It's his house. That's his territory. Right? And the sooner people recognize these things, the better. Right? We are so fixated on labels and status and titles that nobody sees any common sense anymore. We make excuses for bad practices. We have a country that's not secure. It's not safe. You've got a president's son who has surrounded himself with every single security resource in the country, and yet the people of the country are scared that the war could break out at any time. There's no security for them.
All right. People, the first lady herself, we don't like that.
Right?
No way.
All these guys that your son has surrounded himself with, right, could be put to better use in securing the country. Right? And this is what people need to recognize. This is what people need to recognize. This is what people need to realize, right? That, listen, Sheyi Tinubu, right? Remi Tinubu, yes, you know, you are important as human beings. But you are not too important. You're not more important than me. I am the most important person in my life. Right? Me. Right? Because I tell you what, when your husband's time is up as the president of the country, right? Someone else is going to be the president. Then what you going to do? Right? When you go out to give a talk somewhere, or you go out to give a presentation somewhere, and the wife of the governor there or the wife of the president there tells you to sit down and shut up, how would you feel? Right? You can't claim that you used to be the first lady, because that doesn't hold any water. You're the first lady now. That doesn't hold any water. People have to respect you because you're the wife of the president. They don't have to respect you, right, as anything other than the wife of the president. You hold no water in the country. You've just been conferred with a traditional title. Right? Now go and read Nigeria's history, because we are not a democratic monarchy. We're not an absolute monarchy, right? All of the chieftaincies and the kingships and whatever in Nigeria, right, are all ceremonial. Right? They're all ceremonial, traditionally ceremonial, right? The people of your village or your catchment area answer to you to an extent. But they all come under, as does that Oba, that king, that Kabiesi, that whatever, Igwe or whoever, right? They still all come under the rule of the land. Right? Well, that's if you have any law in the land. But hey, you know what I'm talking about. Right? The like even the Oni of Ife, right? Who is the most paramount ruler in the whole of Nigeria? Right? He has a say to an extent. Right? The president will not go to him to ask his permission to do something, but the Oni of Ife will go and ask for permission to do certain things and get advice. Right? That's, you know, almost equivalent to the king and queen of this country, the United Kingdom. Right? They still have to seek the permission of the prime minister of this country before they do it, because the prime minister is the person who runs this country. The king and queen are the rulers of the country, but they are not the people running the country. Right? And the sooner, right, our people go and re-educate themselves on the rights and wrongs, the proper protocols on how to do things, the better. Atoms man, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I want to hear from you, bro. Speak to us.
All right. Should I say Mr. Michael, right? Michael is good, okay. And Master Lee or whatever.
Master Genie.
Master Genie. Okay, so contrary to, not that I'm not in support of whatever you've been saying, but however, I kind of like have a different opinion.
Okay.
In the sense that the position of the governor in Nigeria, for example, the protocol, because what we have problem with here is the protocol. Okay. I think it's not for Adeleke. He has not been able to fit himself into that governorship status.
Go on.
He himself, because even if you're a dancer, if you're a singer before you become a governor, it is expected that when you assume office, you cut down on some things.
Go on.
You don't start singing, you don't start dancing around. You have to carry that office now. You know, you even if you are, let's say for example, the president of Ukraine used to be a comedian, artist or whatever. But once you assume that office as president, you stop joking, because every of your words is taken seriously.
Go on.
Right? So when it comes to the governor of a state, and you are to present a speech, for example, give a speech, it's a business. It's, let's say, take this is a business. You are in the office for business. You don't, for example, have problem with people resuming in the office and start praying in the morning, right? Because it's a business.
Okay.
So for he himself, he has not carried himself with the weight of that office. He has not put himself in that position to be respected.
Okay.
So he himself is a problem, because if, for example, what I'm trying to say is, for a governor, there is a standard. It's a standardized environment this time. So you are coming in and you are not joking around. You are not dancing around. I understand the fact that you might want to praise God and all of that, but if people think that you're going to jump from first verse to second verse to third verse, and we are here for like, okay, in abroad, for example, everything is like timed. You know, you come in 2 p.m., we are leaving this place 4 p.m. Nobody's compromising on that. Okay, so because he is holding an office, it should be more official. And I don't see where dancing, doing songs of praise or praying, or we can do praying, because in Nigeria we do praying, and that starts from the beginning of a meeting and the end of a meeting. But as governor, I don't see you where you fit in to be the praise singer or the dance or cheerleader. You are supposed to give your speech, follow protocol, and leave the stage.
Right. Can I burst? Can I? Sorry to cut you. Can I burst your bubble there?
Yeah.
Right. Now, most of what you said is good, but a lot of it is wrong. Right. And I'll tell you why it's wrong. Number one, that was an event. Right. That was an event. Now, the good thing is he is the governor of Oshin State. The people of Oshin State love him, right? Because of the way he is, right? He's a very hard-working governor, right? Hence the reason why he was re-elected, right? Very hard-working, you know, and I don't say that much about anybody in Nigeria, right? Very hard-working man, right? Now, this is his state. I'm saying it again. This is his state, right? When you're in your house, you can do whatever the heck you want to, right? He's a governor, right? Now, I've said this in the past to a lot of Nigerians, right? You keep going on about, oh, yes, well, you know, you don't have time to mess about. You don't have time to joke. Well, look at your country. It is a joke, right? With all the people that claim they don't have time to mess about, right? The presidency, right? From the presidency right down to most of the governors, the commissioners, your House of Reps, nobody's telling the truth. You haven't got police officers. You haven't got law enforcement. You've got no security, but you don't have time to mess about, right? You've got a governor who is working it in his state, right? He's very happy, a very happy person, and you want to deprive him of his happiness because the first lady, right? An ordinary, and I'm going to use Nigerian terms now, ordinary first lady who doesn't really contribute anything to the progress of the country, right? Because whilst whether it's her son or her husband's son is out there taking all your police service as his bodyguards and half of your military, right, to run around with him because he wants to go to an event, right? Whilst at the same time perpetrating other crimes and other. Come on, bro. Come on.
Okay. So let me state this.
Go on.
Once you're a governor for 4 years, you are a governor for 4 years.
That's right.
No matter the events, whether it's traditional events, whether it's social, you are going there at an official capacity. You don't drop that to say, oh, because
bro, you see, listen, I'm going back to what I said earlier on, right? You guys put out this image of you take yourselves very serious.
Mr. Mr. Michael,
go on.
He was invited, the office of the governor, whatever the invitation that was given, it was Ojaja's university event. And also, Ojaja was coronating Ashwaju of which is the Remi Tinubu First Lady.
Yes.
At that event. A letter must have been written. And it wasn't to Adeleke as a person. It was to the governor of Oshin State.
Yes.
And he was in that event as a governor.
Yes.
For the next 4 years, once you resume office, you are a governor of that state.
Right.
Protocol, professionalism should be followed. And Adeleke has not maintained that at any time.
Bro,
so
how I'm gonna throw this back at you, right? Because you say he hasn't at any time maintained that. Right?
I mean,
hold on. What, when you say he hasn't at any time, for my question to you is this, right? As the governor of a state, what is your job?
We are not going to that.
No. You've laid this out that he hasn't at any time.
No. What I mean in this occasion is in his outing, when he's out there. Whether in church, whether at any event, what I expect as a governor is that there should be standard, and the standard shouldn't be different from whatever is obtainable in the UK, in US, and that's why we are having this problem.
My brother, you are getting it wrong. I've been working with people of that level for over 20 years, right? Whilst you are the president or the governor or the commissioner or whatever, so long as you don't do anything inappropriate, there is nothing, and I say it again, there's nothing that stops you from being happy, even if you want to sing. Bill Clinton used to pull out a guitar at events, right, and sit down on stage and sing, right? Bill Clinton, that is the former president of the United States of America, right, used to pull out a guitar and sit on stage. Barack Obama was known for standing on stage and running jokes as a comedian, right? So why do you Nigerians seem to think, because you're the governor, right, you're supposed to just stand there, be surrounded by bodyguards, and just be looked on as somebody who's that important that he can't act like a human being? I'm listening to you.
It is not out of place to joke in between. I'm not saying you should be like 100% serious.
No, that's exactly what you're saying. You said at any time.
In between, you could just pull up a joke. That's okay. That's fine. But you have to be able to, go back into that of personality of you being the governor. Just go check Adeleke's.
Bro, what is the personality? This is the question I'm asking you. You still haven't answered it. What is the personality of being a governor? What, you have to be stern-faced and people got to see that you're serious looking because you're the governor. Is that what you're saying?
Imagine you being a doctor, right? And you are to perform an operation on a patient. And there are protocols to that, right?
Right. Sorry to cut you again. Sorry to cut you again, because I know where you're going with this. Now, I don't know how much you go on social media, right? But there is a surgeon in America, right? I was watching it, I think last week or so, and I was amazed. There's a surgeon in America who, for every surgery that he does, him and his team will stand in there while they're performing the surgery, singing praise and worship, right? Singing praise and worship and clapping their hands, right? If they're not doing anything in particular at that moment, right? One thing I need you to understand is this, right? And our people are very fond of that, right? You seem to believe that if you've got a certain amount of money or you hold a certain title, there's a certain way you're supposed to behave. It's not written in stone, bro. It's not, right? Just like if your father is the president, it doesn't give you the right to go around slapping people because your father's the president. Because your father is the DPO or the IG of police, it doesn't give you the right. It's not automatic, right? There is no set standard of behavior apart from inappropriate behavior, i.e. doing negative things.
And I disagree. I think even if your behavior isn't inappropriate, there are some that are deemed unprofessional.
Like what? Like singing?
Like singing. Yes.
Why is singing unprofessional? Why is singing unprofessional? That's my question.
Because, okay, so for example, he has a speech, and I believe if he's following that speech, for example, I'm very sure there is nowhere probably there could be praise and worship based on the fact that that is the way he has decided to run his own administration, not because this is the template. So it was more like moving out of the template of what is expected. Okay, you as a person,
bro, please do me a favor, right? If you invite me to your event and you've given me 10 minutes to speak, in that 10 minutes I can do what the heck I want to. It's not up to you. It's not up to you, right? And this is, I'm going to say it again, this is where you Nigerians get it so wrong. If you were so hell-bent on people doing the right thing at the right time, in the right position, why has your president put ex-drug dealers, right, and Yahoo boys, right, in his cabinet to be running the country, right? How professional is that?
I don't want us to digress.
Exactly. So, yes. So when you're making a point, make the point and make it make sense. The man was singing. He was singing. He wasn't calling people names. He was singing. He was praising God because he probably wanted to offer a prayer. Right? That's number one. Number two, you are still in his states. That's his house.
So on that occasion, right, he was honoring an invitation from the Oba.
But it's still his state.
Oni of Ife.
Bro, that is still his state.
Hold on. Adeleke, for example, represents the Muslims, the Christians, and the traditionalists. And on that occasion, he was even attending a traditional event. I don't see how appropriate it is to sing, even praise and worship.
Brother man, I'm saying it again.
On that occasion.
I'm saying it again. He is the head of that state.
Yeah, but you have to be.
No. There's no buts about it. He is the head. He is the head of that state.
Exactly, but you still have to.
You cannot tell me in my house how to behave. That's the point I'm trying to make to you. He is the head of that state.
And that occasion was even a traditional occasion.
Bro, forget your tradition. Forget your tradition. He is the head of that state. If he says it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. Right? He runs that state. As at this point in time, he is the head of that state. right? If he says that event isn't going to happen, it's not going to happen. Right? You need to understand that.
It needs to be more official.
Bro, it's not, listen, nothing he did there was wrong. Nothing he did there was wrong. Right? Nothing he did there was wrong. Okay, let me ask you a question. Right? Whilst you're going about in Nigeria and the police stop your car, have you ever given them money? You know, a police officer, have you ever offered them money?
At my discretion, if I think, yeah, I've done that.
Do you know that that's wrong? That's inappropriate.
But I'm not the government.
It doesn't matter. You are a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You did not employ the police.
A policeman is going to harass me.
Bro, if a policeman is going to harass you, then you report the policeman.
No, no.
Bro, listen, I'm just telling you how it is.
If I'm in trouble,
bro, what did you do? If you're in trouble, then you deserve to be harassed.
No, I'm not saying. If a policeman is making me feel uncomfortable,
right,
and is demanding for money, I'd rather give him money.
Bro, then you are just as bad as the person that you just called unprofessional. If not worse.
Because at no time was I appointed. I can't.
It doesn't matter. You have just bribed. You have just bribed an officer of the law.
Why not? To save my life.
Bro, listen. Let me tell you something. This is why we have. This is why we have this forum. This is why we have this forum to educate ourselves. Do you understand? This is why we have this forum to educate ourselves.
Yeah, I said I give a quote. I like this is under caption. Like, if a policeman threatened me based on the fact that he wasn't going to just let me go, my papers are okay and all of that, and I have $1,000 to give him, why not just give him and let me go?
Then you are part of the problem, my brother. You are part of the problem.
I'm not part of the problem.
You are part of the problem. Because then what will happen? Because what will happen then?
Guys on the road.
No, bro. Because what will happen then is that police officer will then go on to harass another 100 people, knowing that they're scared to stand up. Listen, I got harassed last year in Nigeria, right? And I put the police officer in his place. I put him in his place.
You have the capacity to do that.
It doesn't, bro. Listen, he didn't know who I was. He didn't know who I was. I didn't identify myself.
Help us to fix it. Help us to fix it. But not all of us is going to fix it.
Bro, you don't want to fix it because you're comfortable, right? You are comfortable the way you are. That's why I'm gonna put you on hold for a minute. I'm gonna bring in Victoria. I'm gonna bring in. Hold on, Ataman. I'm gonna bring in Victoria Adinaiki. I want to hear her view on this. Victoria, good afternoon. How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you.
All right, good. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Just a quick tip because I'm actually at work and I have to just say this. Mr. King, just to clarify, you stating that Governor Adeleke is right at every side.
No, that's not Mr. King. That's Atom's man.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah,
the guy that was actually speaking just now.
Yeah, Atom's man.
So now you can imagine the president's wife. I'm sorry, man. She is a president's wife. She, in quote, as I know, she was a pastor in Redeem. I don't know if she's still a pastor in Redeem. On no count should she have behaved that way. That was so uncalled for. She's a woman. I'm not saying because I'm sure some ladies will come and jump at me now. Oh, because she's a woman, can she? No. She came to a place that the
yes,
the king, a first-class king, she had no right to get up and address
the governor.
That's
right.
On no account.
That's right.
Concern or issue with that, she would have just obviously identified that or just wait till he finished. And what was he doing? He wasn't doing absolutely wrong. Like Colonel Gbenga said, if they gave him 15 minutes and he decides to praise God, so the traditionalist praise one God, the Muslim is one God, the Christian is one God. So we are serving the same God. So if you decide to praise God for 5 minutes and have a speech for 10 minutes, it does not, there's no wrong in doing that.
That's right.
He has done nothing wrong.
That's right.
So for me, I think the president's wife, she just got driven by power.
That's right.
That's why I saw in that case. Because she was not the only one there. She wasn't the only woman sitting down there. There were kings there.
Yes.
So they would have called him to caution and say, or Benny, sit down, or wherever. And the way she did it, it was so embarrassing. If I was Adeleke's wife, I would give it to her.
Right? That was totally inappropriate.
That was so totally inappropriate. So, bro, and again, you say that if any policeman will stop you in Nigeria, you bribe them. We are the problem in Nigeria. We citizens are the problem.
Yep.
Until every one of us stand up and stop giving them bribe, then one day they will sit down and realize, okay, why are we doing this?
That's right.
We cannot say that as a government. We ourselves, the citizens, we are the problem as well. Why am I bribing you? Did I commit any crime? I've got my license. I've got my papers. What crime have I committed? So we've got things to do. And that lady, well, she's the president's wife. I owe her that respect. But however, she behaved unruly on that day. I'm sorry. She behaved really unruly. She didn't represent us as women properly on that day. I'm sorry. And what she spoke to him was really, really bad. So how would she feel if someone did that to her husband? She wouldn't have accepted that in no way. So I just think what we're discussing is a very, very, very big topic and needs to be addressed.
Yep.
However, we know the country we live in now is power driven. So that's my own little talking. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. So Athens, man, coming back to yourself, I mean, I understand it from your point of view, from your standpoint. And
just please jump in before Athens, man, please.
Say again?
Can I just please jump in before Athens, man?
Oh yeah, sure, of course.
Sorry, I'm a bit on the road here.
Okay.
There's something he was saying, and everybody has their own opinion, but they were contradicting. And I agree with what the last speaker said either. If the settings of of everything to follow the protocol, that means the president's wife was not following the protocol either.
That's right.
Number one, the governor of a state represents the president in the state.
That's right.
Let's remember there was a time in Ekiti State, Fayose, the governor, asked all the Obas to stand up, and people were saying, "Oh, he disrespected them." So if the president's wife thinks the governor is not going to stay on protocol, she could have followed the protocol by maybe and writing a note or maybe radioing. And also, if she's going to treat the governor like that, she has treated all the Obas sitting like that. So in a way, she was not following the protocol.
That's right.
And for some reason, I did not see Governor Adeleke doing anything wrong on that day. We are Yorubas. We follow culture. Even praying that he was going to do us thing, everything was still part of the culture. So like what you were saying that Zelensky used to be a comedian. If there was no war, he would still be making his people laugh.
That's right.
So that you have to be a good leader that people can they can come close to. The way she was saying that she will off the mic of a whole governor, that was total uncalled for, and she will not take that, and that was totally wrong. If she wants respect from the citizens, she also has to, give the due respect. She is not elected. Adeleke was elected, so she has to respect that office. The same way we are respecting the office of the others. You understand? So I'm not saying that Governor Adeleke should be dancing all the time or whatever, but he can do what he does in his own personal time. But at the same time, he deserves the governor's respect. And following protocol, the president's wife did not follow the protocol there. So I believe that she still needs to apologize to the governor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, Master Genius. You see, Athens, man, I totally understand it from your point of view. I do, right? Because, and like I said, there's the Nigerian way of thinking, right? That's the traditional Nigerian way of thinking. And there's the proper way of thinking, right? When you talk of protocol, and I've said this to people in the past, if you're going to talk about protocol, first of all, learn how to spell it, right? A lot of Nigerians don't know how to spell protocol. They only know how to use the word. Well, they put it in a sentence anyway, right? And that's not protocol, right? First and foremost, the First Lady was there to be confirmed with a chieftaincy title, right? Now, the paramount Oba of Yoruba land was on seat. She totally disrespected him, by getting up from her seat to go and tell the governor of the state that she was invited to be conferred with a title. Remember, being the wife of the president doesn't mean you have autonomy everywhere you go, right? She was invited there, you know, to be honored with a title, right? She had no business in that state, apart from an invitation to be honored with a title, right? And not only that, you're surrounded by Obas who you are still subject to, whether you're the president's wife or not, right? So when we're talking about protocol, this is why I said to you, don't bring protocol into it, because if you bring protocol into it, there's a lot of people that will come onto this forum and they will nail you to your protocol, right? What it is you're so fixated with the fact that she's the wife of the president, and that's the only thing I see that you're talking about here, that they should have respected her as the wife of the president. No, you see, respect is not demanded, my brother. It is commanded. If she commanded respect, what she should have done is she should have utilized her orderlies or her bodyguard or her whoever it is, her hanger-on, right, to do that task, to pass a note to him, right, and, you know, see what happens from there. Not for her to get out of her seat and talk to him as if she was talking to one of her children, right? Which at the moment, I don't think that that she would even talk to her children like that, because if she spoke to her children like that, I'm pretty sure that she wouldn't surround himself with so many police officers and soldiers, right? Because that is wrong. That is totally out of order, totally out of control. So, you know, as much as I respect your views, Atoms man, you know, I've got to say to you, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people would agree with me here, that you are 100% wrong.
Okay, so in my speech, you could, if you could remember, there was no time I mentioned the First Lady. There was no time I said she was right. I didn't even mention anything about her, because, like, everybody has their, like, where they went wrong in that arrangement or event. So I wasn't even talking about her, because obviously she acted wrongly. Okay, but in my last speech, I didn't mention her, and my opinion was about the personality, the courage of Adeleke, of that office governor.
Yeah, but you still haven't convinced us here that what he did was wrong.
That was all I was saying, that there are expectations if you assume office as whatever. If it is office, it is office. And so if you do some things that are outside what is expected, that are extra.
Bro, this is where you're getting it wrong. This is where you're completely getting it wrong. You are the governor of a state. You are still a human being, right? You do not have to walk around with your face looking like cement, right?
Imagine this. Let's say we invited Governor Zulu to that event and said, oh, one of his protocol is to go to pray. And now we are not just going to pray. We are all going to go wash our hands in joining him, or some people that he has brought are going to go watch their do ablution and observe the Muslim prayer for 5 minutes while we all watch. How is that going to sit?
Bro,
so what I'm saying,
nobody would complain. Nobody would complain that people want to go and do ablution.
We won't complain. Time. So why will he choose to want to pray?
Bro,
we won't complain.
you see, Atoms, man, you're getting it.
Let me land.
Okay, let him land.
At that occasion, remember, we have the Sultan of Sokoto seated and some other people from the north. And we have some European as well, because I watched when it was introduced, when the Oba was introducing. So we have to be sensitive, even if this is how we do. Or if we see that, okay, we have a mix here, we could change some things a bit. And I'm not talking about the wife stopping anybody, no. But Adeleke himself needs to know when to say, okay, this is...
Bro, you are still missing the point. You are still missing the point. And the point here is this, right? Christian or Muslim, right? A real Muslim, right? Going to an event where there's going to be Christians, right? I mean, I'll give you an example. A few weeks ago or a couple of months ago, I was at an event here in the UK. It was a church event, and somebody there who happened to be Muslim, was invited to come and pray for the celebrant. And he went through a whole Islamic ritual of praying for this person, right? Quoting the Quran, saying Quranic prayers and everything. And everybody in the church, right, accommodated him, right? Because they know that he's Muslim, right? And he doesn't know how to pray the Christian way. He knows how to pray the Islamic way, right? Now, what you've got to understand is this, right? You know, I respect your views and I respect your opinions, but you've got to understand, right, that there is no set way to behave as a governor, right, except to respect yourself, right? And as it stands, you can watch that video over and over again, right? That man did not disrespect himself in any way, shape, or form, right? Unless, of course, what you mean is because you're the governor, your face has got to look very, very hard. You're not supposed to smile. You're not supposed to joke with anybody. Why? Because I'm the governor, right? And my brother, I will tell you this now for nothing, right? That is not the way, right? I have hung around with so many VIPs in my life. I've hung around with so many celebrities in my life. I've played with them. I'll tell you what, let me go one better. And I'm pretty sure that Victoria Adinaike will bear witness to this. When I was in the army, when I first joined the army, right, I'd left Nigeria to come to the UK to join the military. And when I joined the military, because of what I'd seen in Nigeria, I was made to believe that if you're a lieutenant or a captain or a major, the corporals and the sergeants are below you. You can't talk to them. You can't play with them. You know, they have to respect you. They can't talk when you talk. But you know what I found out? When I came back to the UK, is the highest, the most important rank, the most powerful rank in the army is the corporal, right? Not the captain, not the major, not the general. It's the corporal is the most powerful rank in the army. Do you know why? Because before you got to lieutenants, right? Before you got to lieutenants, it was the corporal that trained you. Right? It was the corporal that trained you, right? It wasn't the general, it wasn't the captain, it wasn't the major, right? It was the corporal, right? Now, when I was still a junior officer, right? I remember we were playing games, right? We were playing games, and while we were playing games, right, all of us were, we were rolling around in the grass and everything, and a lance corporal grabbed a captain and was rolling around with him on the grass. And I looked at the lance corporal and I thought to myself, oh shit, he's in trouble, right? But you know what happened? The captain got up, right, and started rolling the corporal around as well, and they were all laughing and giggling, right? I learned a big lesson that day, right? And that big lesson was this, right? You command respect, you don't demand it. Right? You can be in a position, you can have a rank as high as the Empire State Building, right? But so long as you keep yourself in a position of respect whereby you don't demean yourself, right? It doesn't mean you can't play with people. It doesn't mean you can't joke with people. It doesn't mean you can't laugh with people. It just means that the way you do it, right? People will love you for it. Governor Adeleke is loved by the whole of his state because he's an easygoing person, right? He's very jovial. Right? He dances everywhere he goes and he sings in some places. That's just who he is. Right? So because of the fact that you don't sing everywhere you go because you want people to know how important you are, that doesn't mean that you're going to be a good governor. It doesn't mean you're going to be a good president. It just means that you decide that you want to be stone-faced. That's it. And people won't respect you for it. Right? They will just tolerate you and accept you for who you are. Over to you, Atoms, man.
I'm just going to say, being professional doesn't mean you're going to walk around with stone face.
Well, that's what you're trying to say here, that as a governor, he shouldn't sing. He should just go in there, do what he's got to do and get out. That's exactly what you've just been saying for this for the whole of this this time that we've been talking on this topic. That's exactly what you said. That well, you know, why is he going there to sing? You know, he's not supposed to be there singing.
I'm going to give 3 examples in the Southwest.
Go on.
Sanwo-Olu, for example, won't sing, won't pray. He will give his speech, and it's still fine with the people.
That's how he chooses to be. That's how they know him to be.
Bro, you're missing it. You're missing it.
You are totally missing it. Right? Why does Adeleke have to be like Sanwo-Olu?
I'm not saying you should be like, but you can still do.
He doesn't have to. It's not mandatory.
You can still act without going around with stone.
It's not mandatory. It's not mandatory.
You can still wear smiling face.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Right? In a recent video, they showed your president, right, in a meeting, fast asleep. Why don't you jump on social media and berate him? That, oh, he's sleeping. That's very unprofessional.
Even while you've been professional with a job, you could still be stressed out. Burnout is real.
Oh, come on! Listen, now you're being silly.
Burnout is real. Stress is real. So why would it?
Yes, exactly. Stress is real. That is why Adeleke chooses not to be stressed, and he has his own way of dealing with it, and that is by being happy. So why are you now trying to deprive him of his stress-free life because you want him to be like your president and be stressed and fall asleep on duty?
So you said we're a joke, and I'm advocating for the fact that we should be more professional in how we deal with.
Yeah, but how? Yeah, but you still haven't outlined to me how him singing right at an event makes him unprofessional. You still haven't told me that. Because I'm waiting to hear that. That's what I'm trying to hear.
So how many governors in?
It doesn't matter. They're all different.
How many governors in Nigeria sings?
It doesn't matter. As our parents taught us, fingers are not equal.
It's not what is expected of the office. It's just his personality.
Right. Right. I tell you what, Atoms, man, hold on. I'm gonna bring in Grace to Grace Property. Right. I want to take her view on this. Grace to Grace Property, are you there? Grace to Grace Property, unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, we can hear you now.
Sorry, I'm driving.
Yeah.
I just came in now, and I can hear about Adeleke, so I'm not sure exactly what's
the topic is do you think he was unprofessional to have been singing at the event?
Can I just jump in quickly?
Sure.
Can I just say this so Grace to Grace? What I wanted to say is, Atom's man, if Adeleke's act of singing in everywhere he goes to was a problem, the president they would have called him to table many years ago.
You mean what last time?
I'm just saying that if there was a problem with Adeleke singing,
I just want to understand.
There was a problem with Adeleke singing.
Okay, is it hello?
Yeah, carry on.
I'm struggling to connect properly. So is it what's the point of contention now, that he's singing or he's unprofessional? I'm trying to get or understand.
Right, we were having the conversation. We were having the conversation, and Atom's man said that the fact that Adeleke is a governor and he was at an event, right? And you know, he has noticed that all he does is sing and dance all over, and that is not professional and it's not befitting of the office of governor, and that he should stop it. And what we're saying to him is that doesn't mean he's unprofessional, right? And I've been waiting for him to tell me or to show me in what way, shape, or form the man has been unprofessional. Grace to Grace, are you there? Oh, it looks like we've lost Grace to Grace. She's probably in a bad reception area. But yeah, oh, looks like we've lost Atoms Man as well. Ooh, today has been very, very educational. I'm actually glad that Atoms Man is here, because it's always nice to get a perspective from people who think.
That is the problem. I'm losing connection here.
Have you got 2 devices on today?
No, I'm losing connection. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you're echoing.
I'm driving. No, I haven't got any other device here. I've only got my phone and my car speaker.
Right. Turn one of those 2 down.
Okay, hold on. Now?
Hello?
Now?
Yeah, you're still echoing, but it's okay. Yeah, just give me your opinion on whether you felt.
I'm saying something. It seems like you guys were not hearing.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
My connection. Okay, I mean, the point is, what is the definition of unprofessional, right? It depends on individual. What you define as unprofessional. His constituency did not see him as unprofessional. His people did not see him as unprofessional. That is the way he does his things. And the most important thing is he delivers, He delivers. And I was just telling somebody, if you can still hear me.
Yeah.
I was just telling somebody during the week, I said, listen, don't take sides on all these people, because they are close friends, and they know each other very, very well. Display that they're displaying for you guys on the... Hello?
Yeah,
what did you say? Hello? Oh, okay. I think I was hearing that background noise.
Stop control. I've been thinking about that.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. So, I mean, for me, I don't think he's unprofessional, to be honest. And I think the only unprofessional person here was your first lady. She's the only one that has behaved unprofessionally here. In my opinion, I don't see him as an unprofessional person. I mean, the figure speaks for itself. I actually like the man, to be honest, and a lot of people like him. So
well, thank you.
I don't see him as an unprofessional, person. I don't know why people take life so serious. This life is so short, man.
You see, it's very, very unfortunate that people harbor such wrong thoughts, and they don't seem to realize or know the difference between the right way and the wrong way to do things. And this is why we get this mix of opinions on things like this. Governor Adeleke, ever since I've known the guy, even before I even knew that he was related.
Sorry, host. Let me just say something.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to say that President Trump sometimes is professional? If you have to be talking about unprofessionalism.
There you go.
Unprofessionalism. Sometimes the guy is sitting there and tweeting. I mean,
there you go.
He's not serious. People call him a spoiled child, and he behaves like one. But he got the job done. That's the most important thing, So even Trump is some professional. If you have to look at it that way, But the problem that we always have is we project, our people. We see them in a different way to the Western world, and that narrative needs to change. That's all I want to put in. Sorry.
No, thank you very much. That's very, very you know, we, like I said, we're here to learn. You know, we're here to learn on a regular basis. You know, this is what we do every Saturday morning. You know, we come together, we educate ourselves on the goods and the bads, the rights and the wrongs, you know, of life as we see it. You know, we're here, we talk about security. That's what we do, you know. And you know, we have to look at a lot of things, and we have to ask ourselves lots of questions, you know. And another thing is we need to take sentiments out of a lot of the things that we do, because you know, there's so much sentiment attached to people's views about what happened that day. You know, a lot of people will say, "Oh yes, you know, Adeleke was wrong," only because of the fact that, yes, you know, they're lovers of the presidency, you know, and that's not a good enough reason for you to call the man unprofessional, right? The man was given his 10, 15 minutes to be up there, you know, to address his people, right? Because like I said, when you're in the man's state, that's his state, right? Unless, of course, he's disrespectful to the Oba, that is the Oni of Ife, right? Or disrespectful to the First Lady herself, he's done nothing wrong. Whether he's talking, singing, or praying, right? It's his prerogative, right? You as a Nigerian, or you as a fellow human being, don't have the right to tell your fellow man, right, whether he or she can sing or not, right? It's not your place, right? And it's definitely not your place as an invited person to my state, right, to tell me what I can and can't do in my state, right? And this is why I said that we are here to educate ourselves. These are the things that as Nigerians, we get wrong on a very regular basis, right? It's the same, you know, we can say that in the same breath as people who think because they have a little bit of money in the bank, that gives them the autonomy to go around and slap police officers or beat people up in public, or to instruct a police officer to arrest someone because you had a disagreement with somebody, right? You know, if you're looking for unprofessionalism in Nigeria, all you've got to do is open your eyes. You see it the moment you land, right? You got immigration guys asking for money, customs and excise asking for money, police officers asking for money, right? That's unprofessional, right? And Atom's man, you know, saying, oh, someone was unprofessional, right? Whereas you're one of those that, because you think that the police officer is going to give you a hard time, you quickly give him money. That, my friend, in law is called bribery and corruption, right? And I'm telling you this as a former police officer, right? That is called bribery and corruption. You are even worse than the police officer who you gave money to.
Okay, so are you aware that when foreign partners are coming to Nigeria to do business, based on the fact that the way our business environment is, they make provision for money to bribe officers?
My brother, a bribe is a bribe. Yeah.
What I'm saying is this. Whoever is preaching anti-corruption and all of that still get some money to make things work for them. And I've said that if an immigration officer is going to let me miss my flight and is asking me for money, I'm not going to stand on the line and say, no, I'm going to prove that you're wrong. Who needs to fix that is the government.
Right. I'm actually loving you right now for this narrative that you've just brought up. It's a fantastic narrative. And I can answer that for you, right, by saying to you that two wrongs don't make a right. Yeah. If you were living in a country, right, where they did things properly, right, you would know, and I said this earlier on, I don't know whether you heard me or not, because obviously by the time you came on to comment on the Remi Tinubu incident. Now, my point to you is this, right? If you do not know your rights as a citizen of the country, right, you will fall for that every time. Right? If you do not know your rights as the citizen of a country, you will fall for that every time. Right? If an immigration officer is going to make you late for your flight, right? Go onto YouTube, right? Go onto YouTube and watch all these instances and cases of similar people in America, right? And in the UK who did things similar to that. They lost their jobs within a minute. Right? Why? Because people put in a complaint, they take it up, they go through the right channels. They don't give people money, right? Just because you're going to miss your flight. You paid for your ticket. If you miss your flight for anything other than the fact that one of the officials there chose to make you lose your flight, right? Then you have a case, right? But because you don't read up on it, you don't follow up on it, as far as you're concerned, I just want peace of mind, so I'm going to bribe him. Then you are a major part of the problem. You are a major part of the problem. Right? You are a major part of the problem because you are here now saying a governor was unprofessional, yet you are funding and supporting unprofessionalism in areas where people are supposed to be ultimately professional.
Is bribery part of our culture?
Bro, bribery is part of nobody's culture. It's a crime.
Okay, so is President worship part of our culture?
Bro, don't go there. Yeah? Because don't go there. So you're doing what I accuse Nigerians of doing, and that is looking for an excuse for bad practice. Right? A man was doing praise and worship. Praise and worship is not illegal anywhere in the world. Right? But bribery is a crime all over the world. All right.
So at that point, I wasn't bribing the officer.
Yes, you were. No, you weren't. You were bribing him. No, you were bribing him.
See, whatever the Western world called
Gbenga.
Yeah.
Gbenga, this autumn is not in this world.
I can see that. I can see that. I just
had to say that. It's
bro, you know something, Atoms man. Let me say something to you. If you came to the UK and you saw a police officer on the street and you said, "I just want to appreciate you," and you give him money, bro, you will be back in Nigeria and your feet will not touch the ground.
Because that is not how the UK operates.
Bro, it is a crime. Do you not hear what I'm saying to you? It is a crime to give an officer of the law money.
Because the UK police isn't expectant. The Nigerian police is already expectant.
Because they're all criminals.
Because it's, even if you're not a policeman, for example, if you are going to sign something in, let's say in the university registry or admin, they're expecting that you should come with something for them.
Atoms man, are you listening to yourself?
Atoms man. Even without demanding, sometimes we hand out money to these people.
Atoms man, sorry, can I just ask, where exactly are you now? Where are you based?
UK, Canada.
What do you mean UK, Canada?
Yeah, sometimes right now I'm in the UK.
So, bro, I can tell that you deluded a bit. However, can I just say something?
Is it because of
No. You said, I asked you where you are. You said UK, Canada. So for me, where you are now, is either you in Canada or you UK?
Yeah.
Okay, so that for me, your answer wasn't quite straightforward. So where obviously I can see where the issues come from. However, now you're making emphasis and your examples on trying to explain that Adeleke was unprofessional does not merge at all, bro. Okay? So if you're saying that, because you're going to, if all this thing you say shows that you were the part of the reason why all those lecturers, all those police officers are still, and you're living in a well-developed country, and is it the way they act there? So if you're staying in Canada or UK and you see things are not done that way, and you go back to your country and you carry on, so what example are you making the country better or you're making it worse? I am a woman, I've been stopped by Nigeria. I go to Nigeria 2 times or 3 times a year. I've been stopped by police officers. I ask them, on what ground are you asking me? On what grounds? If I want to give you money, that is at my own, maybe cheerful giving. I want to just bless you. No, you asking me for, but if I'm voluntarily giving to them because they're harassing me, bro, you're one of our problems in Africa. And for Adeleke is singing, you're trying to make emphasis. Adeleke is singing. That is his person. That is his culture. That is his belief. And like I said, on no ground, if there was a problem with the way he does it, if that was the very first time we've seen Adeleke doing it, we say, what's this man doing? He's been doing it for years. And the president has never for one day, or has anyone called him to say, oh, Benny, in Koto Shenye could make sense. Because they've called people to order. But no one has called him to order. So there is no problem. So why then are you saying he's acting unprofessional? How many times have Trump acted unprofessional? How many times Boris Johnson, when he was here during COVID, how many times have they acted unprofessional?
Exactly.
If you're trying to say that, oh, is that in what way, in what context? Because he's singing and praising God. He's acknowledging God because God is the one that has given him the privilege to stand where he is. So brother, conversation.
Thank you, Victoria. No, seriously, Atoms, man, you've got it all wrong. You have totally got it all wrong. Right?
You can hear me. Okay, you can hear me.
Right? You've got it all wrong. I mean, you say that you're in Canada, right? And you're saying, so what you're basically saying now, right? If I'm not wrong, is as a Nigerian, right? It is our culture to go around bribing the police. Don't be telling me how you're appreciating them. You can appreciate a police officer by complimenting them for their good work, right? It is not your job to give them money, right? That is not our culture, right? That is not our culture. If you say that anywhere in the world, they will laugh you out of whatever building that you're in, right? And the thing is, because of the fact that you are busy appreciating your police officers for actually doing no work, right? You are a major part of the problem, right? Because there are police officers in Nigeria today, right, who I don't actually think I've actually met a police officer in Nigeria that I can actually say I want to appreciate and give money to. Right, so I don't know why or how you've seen a police officer that you're appreciating. And like you said, you actually said it yourself earlier on. You wanted to go home. You were fearing for your life. So if you're fearing for your life, how are you then appreciating the police officer? By giving them money. Right? I don't appreciate anybody that doesn't make me feel safe, or any organization that doesn't make me feel safe. I can't appreciate them, you know, and I don't believe that there's only one person there. I'm going to appreciate that one person. The whole organization, they are called the police. I don't know you personally, right? You're a policeman, right? And as such, right, until all of you, right, behave in a respectable manner, I can't appreciate you. What is there to appreciate? Right? The government has employed you to do a job, right? The whole country's not safe. Nobody feels safe. So what is it that you're appreciating? Right? You say that you're in Canada and sometimes you're in the UK. Why don't you go around dishing out money to the police officers over here, or dishing out money to the police officers in Canada? Right? Don't you appreciate them? Do they not do a proper job? Right? Come on, bro. Right? I wasn't born standing up this tall. You know? Right? Let's not make excuses for bad practice, right? It's very, very wrong. And it paints us as Nigerians in a very, very bad light.
So can I say something?
Yeah, question.
We sometimes don't want to admit what we are or who we are. We are Africans.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have this culture of being totally professional.
No. That's your opinion.
Even when we are given the templates.
No, that's your opinion, bro. That's your opinion.
How we run, and I'm not talking about police only, as in or immigration officer.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. Africans that I know all over the world are very professional. Very, very professional. Right? Very professional. It's the rotten apples that you've got surrounding you.
Outside Nigeria, yes.
Well then, bro, what does that say about you?
In Nigeria,
mm-hmm.
So what I'm trying to say is this. So you see the index that you use in qualifying corruption index,
mm-hmm.
for example, in the UK,
mm-hmm.
you can't use the same templates in Africa or in Nigeria. All the sectors will be deemed as corrupt because of the fact that we tend to, like, even without asking, give bribes. and we call it gratification. However, an African person doesn't take gratification or a small gift to your office for doing whatever job you have been assigned to do as being corrupt. So we run our offices all over, everywhere, except for multinationals, I'm not sure. But you see, government offices are run based on gifts. First, their salaries are never enough, and they depend on these handouts to keep going. So if we admit that what we call bribe to a US or a Canadian police isn't the same as bribe to a Nigerian policeman. First, if you meet them on the road and you say, oh, officer, you are doing a very good job, and you give them money, they will appreciate it and say, oh, you can use it to drink pure water or whatever. Okay? However, in the UK, you can't do that. In Canada, you can't do that. So I'm not being delusional. I am saying
Atoms man. Sorry to stop you. Sorry to stop you. You see, what you got to understand is this, right? What you got to understand is this. Everywhere you go in the world, nobody's salary is ever enough. All right? At the moment in the UK, the police are not happy because their salary is not enough, right? The security services are not happy because their salaries are not enough, right? The emergency services are not happy because their salaries are not enough. The armed forces are not happy because their salaries are not enough, but they will still not take a bribe from you, right? And call it gratuity. It's a crime, right? It is a crime. All you've done so far, all you've managed to do so far that I've heard you do is make excuses for bad practice. That's all you've done, right? And this is one of the things and one of the reasons why in places like the UK, Nigerians are looked down on because they know that all you do, right, is act and behave in a very corrupt manner, believing that it's the right way, right? How can you look a man in the face and tell him that you are a lawyer or a police officer, right? Whereas there's a crime going on over there, and the person who perpetrated the crime came and gave you money to look the other way. And you're trying to tell me that that is our culture, right? What you've just said now is an insult to every single Nigerian.
That wasn't what I just
said. That's exactly what you said. I've recorded. It's on record. Remember, I'm recording this.
No. I haven't said somebody's guilty of something and somebody came and tried to influence the decision of the police. I am saying, even after the police have checked your papers and they are okay, you are supposed to drive off. But what do we still do? Even without the policeman demanding, we still give them money. So what's that for?
Bro, listen. A police officer stops your vehicle, right? Are you trying to tell me that in the you said it yourself, you come to the UK and you're in Canada, right? Are you honestly trying to say to me, if you were driving a car in the UK and a police officer stopped you, checked your particulars, and he saw that everything was in, you would then give him money and say, thank you very much, officer, you're doing a fantastic job?
I said it's a cultural thing for Africa.
It is the wrong, bro. And we're telling you, we're telling you that it is a wrong culture. It is wrong. It is a crime. It is called a bribe. It's not called gratuity. It's called a crime.
I know it's bribe, but our culture didn't see it as such. Let me give you an example. You are in an office. You are not even a policeman. But now you are in the land registry and you have said, okay, I need the paper, I need to search this paper. Somebody help you to search for the land and everything is fine. And instead of you to say thank you, you are giving the person money for doing that job without even the person asking.
Right,
my brother, that is a wrong.
Can I say something, please? Can I quickly say something?
Yeah, hi guys, let's hear from Grace to Grace.
I'm sorry if I didn't call it well. Is it Atom Man?
Atoms Man.
Sorry, you're totally wrong there. It's not even a culture. It's not our culture. It's a practice. Hey, hello. Sorry, my appointment is here. I'm sorry.
Master G?
Yes, I'm here with you, bro. That is a wrong system. See, I understand wherever you are coming from, because we are, we have been through all sorts of practice. So we have accepted some, wrong. And like Colonel Gbenga Oshin said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. If this was a culture, sir, I just want to ask one question, and I will be glad. No, don't drag it, but just be like specific straight away. If it is a culture or if it is a right practice, who is teaching it?
Man, please answer that question. Who is teaching it? Is it you?
I'm trying to get
right. I tell you what, guys. While we all think about that, I want to bring in Motivator, because Motivator, another brother of mine, ex-serviceman like myself, very, very clued up on security matters. Now, Motivator, this is the question: bribery in Nigeria, is it a culture or is it a crime? Good morning, Steve.
Really appreciate every one of you. Both the left and the right, you are speaking on the same topic, on the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Bribery has been inculcated into our philosophy from the time of the colonial masters. And now, it is now a pandemic. It is not going to be easy to take out. The question you ask me, is it a culture or is it a crime? It is, I will say both. It is a crime, and it is now dwell in our skin so much that it is now becoming, I want to make mention of this. There's something called norma. There's something called norm. A normal thing is for you to say thank you, not to give bribe. But the norm nowadays, it is not normal, but everybody has accepted it. Now it has formed a norm. I don't know if I'm making sense. So, okay, I will make an example. Baba Obasanjo wanted to was it Obasanjo? Yes. Was it Obasanjo? He wanted to eradicate corruption, and he wants them to sign the bill of anti-corruption. And they said he has to buy them one limousine or one expensive car and give them 500, I don't know, 500 maybe million or whatever each for the members of parliament. I mean, for the people in the parliament. I mean, in the house. So what are they trying to say? Is that not corruption? So both left and both right, we are looking from the same angle. We are speaking the same thing, but in a different rhetorics. It is a crime, as well as it's getting into our skin now, that is really damaging things. So that is the way I want to answer it. I want to hear other people's philosophy on it as well.
Thank you, Steve, as per always. Right now, guys, if you listen to what Steve said, he said it's a bit of both. I'm going to agree with Steve, right? Now, the reason why I'm going to agree with Steve is because of what Atoms Man said earlier on. He said it's our culture. Yes, it's our culture because you made it our culture, right? It's our culture because you're comfortable with it, right? Now, Atoms Man, you go looking for a job, and from the gateman says, if you don't give me money, you're not coming in. So you decide to give him money because you want to get in. And then you get to the messenger. The messenger says, if you don't give me money, you're not coming in. So you give the messenger money to come in. And then you get to the desk and you got the receptionist. And she says, well, you want to get in here, mate. You got to give me money. Right? So you give her money. So, and you come in to drop your CV. Oh, if you don't give me money, you can't drop that CV here, mate. Right? And so you start dishing out money. You dish out money. You dish out money. And then you finally get to where you're going to get to. And they say to you, you can't have the job because you're not good enough. Right? Now, this is my point of view, right? Bribery in whatever context is a crime. This is a crime, right? The person you gave money to, you do not know, right? And that is the reason why they call something bribery and corruption, because you've used your money to influence the decision of another, right? You have used your money to influence the decision of another. That means that decision wasn't made willfully. It was made because of the fact that you paid for it. Right? That doesn't make it legal. And you couldn't stand up in. Say again?
Can I say something?
Yeah, of course.
It is very good, my brother. Yeah, speaking from the perspective of the diaspora. You are speaking well. I went to Nigeria for 5 years. It is different on the landscape.
Oh, we know this.
Okay. I will give you an example. Then I was doing drinks and I was doing water. Bottled water. You know, everybody knows that you have to get NAFDAC number.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay. We went there. NAFDAC number. That's supposed to be 48,000 for both sachet and bottled water. Yeah? It did not come out for 1 year. That's number one.
Because you didn't pay for it. Yeah.
It did not come out for 1 year. So somebody told me, and you remember, people that come from over here or America or Canada, the money you took to go to Nigeria, you are losing the money, and the project you want to do, you have not completed. Okay. Now, somebody told me to go to their head. For me, the person advised me, when you are going to the head, because in that place, we went to the secretariat, federal secretariat, so that they can talk about the thing. All right. Now, they appoint us with an engineer. I did not know that they collided with the engineer. The staff has already collided with the engineer. Okay, anyway. Cutting the story short, the 48,000 that we're supposed to have both sachet and bottled water license, we paid 1.6 million each. And still, the license did not come for 1 year. So they said we should go there. So we went there now. We went to this, it's the guy, the head of them in Ibadan is a reverend. So the person told me that I should put something in an envelope. I took something in an envelope and I went to that, it was an elderly man, well, in his 60s, elderly man. So I said to him, with my wife, please, sir. The person said I should go to him that we borrowed the money from the UK. And it's been 1 year now that we are not doing anything. And we have to pay the money back. I explained to this man, he was very, very concerned. He said, this is the type of people we want to come to the country. And they have not even given you the number for 1 year. The guy said, go. Next weekend, you will get, before next week, you will get your thing. I wanted to hand the money to him. He said, no, he doesn't do that. So, what am I saying now? They will frustrate you. Number one, apart from that, you are going to do a business or to do whatever. There are this, is it VIO? Okay, we have 3 trucks taking thing. But you know, in Nigeria, you don't take the original particular of the car, you photocopy. These people want to see the original. And what about if you lose the original? And these VIO people, oh boy, my Lord. we beg them that, okay, please, we will bring it. Just give us, and they leave. And where their offices is like, wow, almost Ijebu, Ibadan too. Is in the middle of Ijebu side. So it's in the, oh boy. And when you get there, they don't want to know anything anymore, that you have a paper or whatever. 60,000 naira. 60,000 on the documents that you have. That is number 2. Number 3, in doing water or any business, I pay 5 taxes. Somebody told me that one of my relatives, one of my uncle's wife, told me that he showed me a pay. Show me, but I have already bought all the equipment to do that. We've already bought all the equipment. Okay, now we pay SAN, we pay NAFDAC, we pay federal, we pay state, we pay local government. On top of that, you have to pay this VIO and whatever on the road. So all together, I'm telling you, may God let us make a profit.
Amen.
Because you are taking, at that time that I was in Nigeria, we are taking 14,000 naira bottle of water to deliver. But you are paying 60,000 on one. I don't know if you are making. So the person, Mr. Atom, that is talking from the ground. I don't know if you. So if all this is happening, for some driver, they will say, for this not to happen, let us give them something, maybe 5,000. I don't know if you understand.
I understand.
Okay, somebody is telling me something, which I know is an accurate thing. To become a minister, even to get, there is a particular clothes they wear. 5 billion. 5 billion. You haven't get a nomination yet, though. Just to be in the clique, the clothes. They pay for all these things. So the person that Mr. Atom that is talking, he knows from the ground. We are talking as a philosopher because we are here. This is the way it's supposed to be. Yes, it's true. Okay, you go to the airport, you are bringing your own food stuff that you bought with your money. Somebody put you aside and tell you you have to pay.
Right. Sorry, Steve. Can I just stop you there? You see.
Thank you.
I'm glad that you've, a lot of what you said. Yes, I've heard you, but Steve, you and I, we go way back. We're practically family, right? But at the same time, right now, this is my question to all, like yourself, Atom's man, who say, oh yes, well, it's ingrained in our fabric. This is what we do. Well, if that's the case, right now, this is me, and good thing is, Steve, you and I both read law, so we know what we're talking about here. If that is the case, why do people still get arrested in Nigeria for these crimes? Right? Because like I said, and I've said it more than enough times today, it is a crime. Right? If it is so ingrained in our fabric, it's the norm in Nigeria, because if you don't do it, you're not going to get it. Right? Then why is it that police officers, like, as you know me, Steve, people look at me 10 times and then decide whether they're going to say something or not, because they know that I've got that look about me. I don't take nonsense from no one, and I definitely ain't giving you no money. Right? Now, when I start speaking English and I put police officers in their place, why are they scared? Why don't they stand their ground and say, if you don't pay me, you're not going? Why? Why do I say to them, oh, okay, fine. You know what? I know people too. I'm going to call Major General so-and-so. I'm going to call the Inspector General of Police to find out if for real, this is your culture and this is what you're supposed to do. This is what you're on this check-in point for. Right? If it's so ingrained in our fabric, if it's the norm, as you guys are saying in Nigeria, right? And, you know, you're supposed to just do it and don't complain about it because this is how we do, right? Then why is it that police officers are scared when you want to question that?
Can I say something?
Go on.
Sorry. I will tell you 3 stories. I will tell you 2 stories. And it's so funny. Me, I have the same attitude and behavior from here that we don't pay anything. Okay, I will tell you one story of my father. He works in the Federal Ministry of Housing and Environment. He used to. Okay. They take him to Owerri, Imo State. He built over 2,000 or 4,000 local houses. The best houses at that time, 1980. There's about 5 million naira at that time, which is equivalent to like 10 million pounds at that time. Left. You know, my father is a pastor.
Oh, we know our father.
You know him. And he's very honest, like the same thing you are saying.
Yes.
My father returned the money to the federal government. That was his problem. They sent 3 hired killers. You know him. You can ask him when you see him. 3 hired killers. When they did, you know, he's a prophet. He can see the things. The last one, God told him, if you go to the office today, finish. And God told him the only solution to this problem is take your passport, the same clothes you are wearing, just go and buy a ticket and fly abroad. That is why we are here. One of the things. Okay, this is the problem now. Even part of the people, they told his driver, he has 2 drivers, to go to take him to the place that they will kill him. I'm not saying, you see this, when you are going to enter your bar, I know we are from the same place, but I'm just Mr. Atterman and everybody that they are talking is we are saying the right thing. But in Yoruba, I don't want to say this one in English. Sorry for the people that doesn't understand Yoruba. One got shaking you, and he's not going to be diplomatic like what we are talking about.
We know
where we come from. You know where we come from. When discipline is discipline, he has to be disciplined. Because Baba Masanto, I want to good Jera. Don't want to be better. There are people like that as well.
Of course, we know.
And they are bringing it down.
We know.
So,
yes.
So,
yeah, but Steve, you see, this is my take, right? And I know that people see me as, some people see me as a fantasist, right? Other people feel sorry for me, and some people feel scared for me, right? Because of the fact that, you know, I just want the best for my father's country, right? Now, at the end of the day, I say to people, if you're comfortable with the way things are going on in that part of the world, stop complaining. Whatever government you get, just accept it, right? Let them ride it out, you know, and leave and bring in the next government and let them do what they're doing to you, you know, and keep suffering in silence, right? There's no point, as far as I'm concerned, in Nigerians claiming that they've got degrees upon degrees and they've got an education, etc., and they're much traveled, if you're going to stay in your country and behave like barbarians, right? And allow the people of the West to call you exactly that, right? I remember I grew up with a saying. Someone said, they're calling you a monkey. You don't like it, but you're still jumping around in trees and you're eating bananas, right? what is wrong, right? And the whole idea of people like us being in the Western world, but coming home, is for us to come to the Western world, go home, and try and make a difference, right? Whichever way you look at it, right? Things in Nigeria, right, are being done wrong, right? They are being done wrong. And instead of Nigerians to turn around and say it's being done wrong and let's be the change, let's be the difference, they're saying, oh, well, this is how it is. There's nothing we can do about it. So let's just accept it and move on. Right? And that's not what I stand for.
Hold on. Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
I cited a story before. Please, everybody listen to this story. I mean, not a story. This is an analogy. What is happening? We all know that the red ant and the black ant, they don't like each other.
Yeah, because they're both jealous.
Okay. Now, you put the red ant and you put a sand on top of them. And you put the black ant sand on top of them. And you put termite. You know termite is their worst enemy.
That's right.
Both of them. And you put termite and you put sand on top of them inside a jar. And somebody somewhere far is shaking the jar. That is the case that is happening where we come from.
We know.
There is a foreign entity shaking the jar.
We know.
If you know,
yeah, but then, Steve, I will then go back to what our parents and our elders said to us when we were young, right? As in, show you funny, she won't go to kushi. I think got you kushi.
And you want to choke your own way. Ordinary thing, no. She, I want to say, okay. Nilan latte. I want to say this in Yoruba. Apologies, please. La latte. Nilu la latte. One man da one àlejò láàyè. One fún wọn láàyè. Wọ́n gba àwọn tó máa ń da màálù mi ò fẹ́ sorúkọ wọn. Ipe kan ní kinní àwọn ìyẹn náà wá ń fogun jà wọ́n ní wọ́n lè lọ sóko ibẹ̀ ní farm resources gbogbo kinní wà Ìsẹ́yìn Làǹlátẹ̀ all these places. That is where they bring the thing. Now àwọn òyìnbó helicopter ló máa ń lọ drop ìbọn fáwọn people boko yẹn nílùú gbòbíbẹ̀. Àwọn èèyàn wọ́n ti rán bíi kí ló ń jẹ́ bíi in Yorùbá kí ni wọ́n ń pè bíi again wọ́n ti rán bíi ẹ̀kọ́ jáde nínú helicopter you cannot believe one of the ex-military kíní ló jáde kúrò tó wá kíní wá bẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn òyìnbó. So in that case kí la máa ṣe? Because you are saying ṣojú tí wàá fọ́ ni àwọn èèyàn yìí náà wọ́n dìndìnrín wọ́n fẹ́ gbára wọn lẹ̀. Everybody even gbogbo àwọn oko lọ́ṣun Ògùn state l'Ondo ní kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ bọ́ wọ́n lè lọ sóko mọ́. Kì í ṣe pójú wọn fọ́ kì í ṣe páwọn náà lè ṣe kinní. Okay, wọ́n dá kí lorúkọ àwọn tó máa ń wọ bíi leopard kinní military people yìí the state policing kí lorúkọ wọn náà. Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn. Thank God bless you. Wọ́n dá Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn lẹ̀. Do you know wọ́n lọ jà wọ́n rí àwọn people yẹn mú. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ti àwọn Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn mọ́lé. Wọ́n tì wọ́n mọ́lé for 3 months. Wọ́n dẹ̀ fìyà jẹ wọ́n. You understand what
I do, but Steve, sorry to cut you. See, let me tell you something, right? From experience, right? They have Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn, they have whatever, right? You see, if you have an organization that is being run properly, right? And hold on, Steve, hold on, because you have that experience, right? I know you, right? We both went through it together, right? That's like you saying to me, right, that yeah, you know, you got a security company in the UK, right, and you know they're all ex-service, right, properly trained, and then all of a sudden, right, a group of whatever, you know, police officers decided they went to run rampage and they took all of those guys hostage, right? It's never possible unless, of course, right, there's a bit of foul play involved, right? You see, the thing is this, right? I love Nigeria, right? I do, 100%, right? With all my heart. I'm very passionate about Nigeria. Hence the reason why I will not stand to listen to people rubbish and disrespect the country the way that people are doing it, right? And I'll say it again, as I said it to Atoms Man earlier on, all these excuses for bad practice don't wash, right? Because they say charity begins at home. And this is the reason why in places like the UK and the US, Nigerians are not respected at all because everybody looks on Nigeria as a very corrupt country, right? Now, whether it's your culture or not, right? I have yet to see anyone who steps up forward and says, that armed robber over there is my son and I'm very proud of the work that he does, or I'm very proud of the work that she does. Right? So let's stop this rubbish rhetoric that we're putting forward. Oh yeah, well, you know, it's just the way the country is, that's how we do our thing. Right? How many people, right? If you're so proud of the way you do things in Nigeria, or that's how you do, and that's what you're used to, right? How many of you, right, if one of those thieves happened to be related to you and they got caught here, you would go for, say, oh, yeah, well, at the end of the day, officer, you have to understand, in our culture in Nigeria, this is how we do things. So therefore, I beg, just leave him alone, let him go. He doesn't know any better. That's how he does. Right? It is a crime. And when you see a crime, call it out for what it is. Right? All this, yes, you know, something happened to me and somebody did this and somebody did that. It's a crime. Right? Whichever way you want to look at it, it is a crime. Right? And until people wake up, right, and admit to themselves that there is a difference, right, between a crime and normalcy, right, we will still be in this position in 50 years' time, because this is exactly what you're leaving for our kids and our grandkids to inherit. Right? If it's so fantastic, you know, if that is how you live and that's what you're used to, why have you left Nigeria? Why don't you just stay there, right, and endure it? Because that's what you're used to. Why do you come to the civilized world where things are done properly? Right? Why? Why do you bother? Right? You might as well just stay in the country that you're used to, the corruption and the bribery, because it's normal for you guys there, right? And leave the civilized people who do things properly alone. They don't, it's not like they don't bribe here. They do bribe in this country. Yes, they do. Right? But they don't make it so blatant. Number one. And number two, you definitely don't see police officers mounting checkpoints everywhere. Right? And taking money just so that they can let you go with your car that's not even roadworthy. Right? Let's stop making excuses for bad practice. That is the reason why we have a security problem in our country, right? Because of the fact that nobody is ready to admit, right, that whatever the case, we need to stand up. And another thing, Steve, is, you know, I said something some years ago. One of my friends said, who's ready to die? Who's ready to die? If I'm not wrong, in Nigeria today, right, especially the youth, right, they're all standing up for what is right. Right? Everyone's standing up for what is right. Everyone's had enough of what you guys term as normal, you know, or what you're used to. Everyone's had enough of normal, right? Everyone wants right. They don't want normal, right? And I've seen it firsthand. I've been in Nigeria.
Well, hey, can I speak real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Not everybody wants right. You can't speak for everybody around the world. You know what I'm saying? You said not everybody wants right. They want normal. Not everybody wants normal. A lot of people want war. They want to see this world crash. You know what I'm saying?
Is that Tim? Tim, thanks for coming on. You know what? I'm gonna agree with you to an extent because, like, I don't know, where are you based, Tim?
I'm based in Kenya.
Oh, you're in Kenya, right? You see, now you're a perfect example. Now you're actually agreeing with what I said, right? People are fed up, right? People are fed up of the way things are going. Yes, some people now want war, right? And the reason why they want war is because they're fed up, right? They're fed up of being treated the way they have been treated, right? Especially in Africa, right? Especially in Africa. How can you honestly tell me that you are happy and satisfied with somebody that doesn't know your country, doesn't believe in your cultures or your beliefs or your traditions, telling you what to do, right? And your people, knowing right from wrong, agreeing with them, right? It totally disrupts the security of your country and your environment, right? Whether people want to agree with it or not, right? What is, as I was brought up to believe, what is wrong is wrong. Yeah, we travel abroad, right? We travel to all these countries, right? And we're happy with the way things are done there. It's all serene. You've got clean water, you've got nice roads, and you've got beautiful houses and hotels and pubs and what have you, right? But then you go back to your country, right? And if it's not blown up, it's broken up. And if it's not broken up, it's torn up. If it's not torn up, it's messed up, right? And you claim that, well, that's what we're used to. This is how we like it. This is ours. This is what we do. But you're lying to yourself, right? You're lying to yourself. I'm not telling anybody how to think or what to feel. I'm not. All I'm saying to you is this, right? Or should I say, I'm asking you this question. Is that how good you are? Or is that how good you believe? Or is that what you think you deserve as a human being? Right? Yet you see someone who's got lots of money, they've got wealth and they've got business and they're affluent and they're successful, right? And you look at them, and you laud them, and you follow them on social media, or when you see them, you want to get their autograph, or you want to have a photograph taken with them. Why? What makes you think you can't be them? What makes you think you can't be in that position? Right? And this is exactly what I'm saying, right? I don't need to bow down to any man in this world, right? I don't need to. Why? Because as far as society is concerned, I've paid my dues, right? And I can say the same for Steve, and I can say the same for Victoria, right? I can say the same for Master Genie, because these are people that I know, right? You've paid your dues. I don't need to bow down to any man, right? No man deserves for me to bow down to them. No man has earned it. Right? And that's, that is my view, right? As a citizen of the world, right? But as a child born of Nigerian parents.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. Why did you kick me off the live?
Say again?
Why did you kick me
I
off
didn't.
the live?
I didn't. I don't know what happened to you. I didn't kick you off.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
No, I didn't kick you off. Why? No, I was actually waiting to hear what you had to say, Tim, because what you came in with was quite powerful, and I was actually looking forward to hear. I just thought that you came off of it for whatever reason. I didn't kick you off at all.
Oh, okay.
And the same with swastikas. I didn't kick you off either. I'm actually looking forward because I like listening to people's opinions and points of view, right? Because that's how I grow. That's how I educate myself.
I have a moderator in here.
Say again?
Do you have any moderators in here?
The moderator is actually in another meeting. Unfortunately, I haven't made any. I think Steve is normally a moderator. I don't know why he. Huh? Hold on.
In here.
Right, hold on.
Onyo.
Sir.
Stop answering him. Stop answering him. Do you know him?
Who?
The team.
No, I don't.
No, stop answering him. He's a troll. They are both trolls.
Oh, right, okay.
Troll? What am I a troll? I've been in here the whole time. I'm legit.
Well,
I was actually listening.
I literally gave him a whole debate, dude. You're coming here talking about I'm a troll.
No, there was a guy came in here last week, and he
report Master Genie.
A guy came in here last week, and he really wasn't nice at all. He came in with a lot of racial slurs, and I don't have time for such people. So
where are you from?
Do you know this Master Genie dude?
Yeah, I do. He's a brother.
Well,
where are you from?
He's getting reported because he just spreaded false information about me.
Well, you can't blame him because he was here last week, when all this madness happened, and it wasn't nice at all. It was.
Oh no, stop listening to that.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, really? I'm asking you where you're from because you have like an English accent almost.
Yep, that's English.
Anyways, continue.
So, so as I was saying, if you have a view, I respect people's views, but at the same time, I don't believe that people should just sit back and accept just because of the fact that it is the status quo. You're allowed to question things that are going on in this world, and and go on like that. So
I apologize to interrupt. I think Maddie wants to get up in here.
Who's yeah, sure. Maddie, where you at?
Maddie, I think she wants to get up in here.
Do you know Maddie?
Yeah, she's a friend of mine.
Okay.
What's up, Maddie? How you doing?
Hey, Maddie, are you there?
That's her kid in the back.
Okay. So, Tim, you said you're in Kenya.
Yep, I'm in Kenya.
So what do you do? What do
you mean? Give me 1 second. I'm getting a phone call.
Sure. Swastikas.
Yo.
How you doing?
Like what you're saying. What you're saying is the way a lot of us feel in America about like immigrants. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
Can make me moderator.
Okay.
You disconnect me or until but you follow him, I just come and send the request.
Yeah.
Do you think it's because I'm getting on a phone call and it disconnects?
What the hell did I do?
Hello, Michael. Did you disconnect me or was that another glitch?
I think it was another glitch.
It was a glitch, all right.
Yeah.
Fuck stick. Why'd you kick me? Motherfucker.
Hey dude, have some respect.
Respect this man. He kicked me for no reason.
All right, no one's
racist.
Removed anybody.
I think it was Victoria.
No, Victoria didn't remove you.
Heard speaking all that gobbledygook.
No, please.
Hey, Swastika, I'm gonna tell you this one time. You better have some damn respect when you're in here.
I don't respect anybody.
Yes, you are.
I don't even respect my own mother.
You better have some damn respect.
I beat my mother.
You beat your mother? Is that what you just... Continue. Please continue. Mute him, please.
He's a female. I don't respect females. Nobody
Hey, you jackass. I'm in here trying to learn and you're interrupting.
Yeah, more shaking it from my brain.
Women are just cum dumpsters.
Right, Master Genie, I've made what if you say moderator.
Females are just cum dumpsters.
Can you mute this too and continue with the lesson?
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, Master Genie.
Yeah, Master Genie. He's talking to you.
Why'd you kick me, motherfucker? Now I had...
Master Genie.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, Motifinity moderator.
Did you accidentally kill me? All right, give us one more chance. I'll try to behave these monkeys.
I'm naked right now. What about you?
Oh no, I have socks on. Please continue. This is getting fucking irritating.
Master Gini, báwo ni a ṣe máa stop àwọn people here from getting in? Èmi ò ti accept wọn kàn wọlé ni.
I'm gonna rape you if you kick me one more time. How about that?
Options to one bit.
Because I got to share last week, not nìyẹn.
So if it what you call who can send request, could your followers only.
ẹ wo a gbọ́dọ̀ máa ṣọ́ra fún nǹkan tá à ń sọ àwọn ṣẹrí àwọn ìlú wa interest pọ̀ láti àwọn ìlú ibi táwọn people yẹn ti wá àti kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ a gbọ́dọ̀ máa ṣọ́ra kì í ṣe òyìnbó la gbọ́dọ̀ máa fi sọ̀rọ̀ òun ni mo ṣe máa ń sọ àwọn nǹkan kan ní Yorùbá àwọn ìlú wa àti ìparapọ̀ àwọn òyìnbó níbi ìbá mi ò fẹ́ sọ kí ni wọ́n máa ń wo nǹkan tá a bá ń ṣe so gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ yìí àwọn náà tún fi ń tún nǹkan wọ́n tún fi mú nǹkan le àwọn náà ń fòkùn mọ́ wa lọ́rùn tẹ́ bá wò lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta wọ́n ń send àwọn èèyàn bíi the past 10 years wọ́n ń send àwọn èèyàn kán lọ kọ́ Yorùbá kán lọ kọ́ Ìgbò kán lọ kọ́ Haúsá àwọn òyìnbó so ẹ jẹ́ ká mọ̀.
But Ọ̀gá Steve Sherry nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ̀ ń sọ is true but Sherry one thing tí ẹ máa ń gbàgbé ni pé bẹ́ẹ̀ yìí ṣe ń sọ nípa titi wọn làwọn náà sọ nípa titi wa right táwọn náà ò bá yẹ kẹ́ ẹ kọ́ òyìnbó ṣẹ́yìn náà máa mọ báwọn náà ṣe ń ṣe right but the difference is táwọn bá tiẹ̀ kọ́ Yorùbá right nǹkan táwọn máa ṣe ni pé nǹkan táwọn bá ń ṣe tó bá rí pé is good wọ́n máa mú wọ́n máa refine wọ́n máa make it better right.
Make it better.
Oh no, nǹkan tí mo sọ ò tí yé yín right wọ́n máa make it better for them.
Right. Ṣé mo pé nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí ẹ wo àwọn African nation mi ò mọ bí mo ṣe lè pè ní Yorùbá. Ṣé mo pé wọ́n fẹ́ make kan dàbí European Union náà.
Yes.
Wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣe pa olórí ẹni tó ń tà láti ṣe kínní bọ̀bọ̀ Gaddafi nìyẹn o. Àtàwọn kan nǹkan tó ń ṣe pa wọ́n nìyẹn. Tàbá wo because mo máa ń lọ pé kí ló dé tí Africa tá a ṣe gbọ́rọ̀ ara wa iye tó ṣe jẹ́ pé kínní but mo realize nǹkan tí mo ṣe sọ pé nínú go wọ́n bu kínní mẹ́ta àwọn ọ̀tá ara wọn mẹ́ta wọ́n gbé síbẹ̀ wọ́n dẹ̀ ṣèkì ẹ̀.
Yes.
Àwọn owó àjòjì ló ń ṣèkì ẹ̀ o.
Of course na mọ́mọ́ nǹkan tó ń sọ yé mi.
So nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa nínú ìlú wa okay ibo láti kọ́ láti máa gba owó ẹ̀yìn owó rìbá ṣé kí ṣọ̀dọ̀ àwọn people láti kọ́ ni.
We're still saying the same thing Oga Steve we're still saying the same thing.
That was my question
nǹkan tí mò ń tọ́ láti sọ ni pé ẹ jẹ́ ká wo akànge lórí àwo ibi wọ́n ní kínní kan ẹrù ẹ wọ wọ́n ní òkèlè ń wọ ẹ̀wò ti sàlẹ̀ dédé ìsàlẹ̀ gangan ní ká ti kọ́ ti kìíní ẹ kàn ń gé lókè ẹ ń gé lókè.
Ẹ̀kọ́ náà ni pé ká gbé nísàlẹ̀ pé ta ló ń kọ́ wa níwà burúkú ta ló ń kọ́ wa níwà rere just like Colonel said rising ta ni ó máa jáde pé òun ṣe agbénipa náà owó agbénipa lòun ná ta ló máa kó àwọn ọmọ sí kíláàsì tó máa ní nǹkan báyìí lòun kọ́ wọn.
Kí ló ṣe káwọn èèyàn yẹn tó ń ṣe tá a ṣe ń ṣe nǹkan tá à ń ṣe yìí ẹ jẹ́ ká bring real kini practical kini sí ibẹ̀. But tá bá máa bring practical, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹ̀mí ni ò lọ. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹ̀mí ni ò lọ.
Ẹ̀mí tó ń lọ sí náà ṣe ń lọ ṣe mọ̀
No, ọ̀gá tí mo mí ni, okay, àwọn olórí tó ń ṣe kí lorúkọ ẹ̀ yìí, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wọn ni ò lọ. Because bàbá mi máa ń sọ kankan tí mo dẹ̀ ro dáadáa. Ọjọ́ kan a rí kíní, àmọ́ á ní, nígbà yẹn 1986, 88, sorry. Mo ń sọ àwọn tẹlifíṣàn lọ́wọ́ ni ní London. Wọ́n á ní, Daddy, Africa náà máa di bí kíní. Daddy ni àwọn ajẹ́ ṣé àmọ́ ẹ bá àwọn èèyàn kan wà destruction mi ò bọ́n ṣe sọ kíní yẹn mo gbàgbé bọ́n ṣe sọ ipe àwọn ẹni tó máa jẹ níbi ibà tó máa jẹ níbi ibẹ̀ yẹn tó máa da ti tààrin rú mi ò mọ̀ bóyá ẹgbẹ́ tí nǹkan tí mo
àríjẹ ní ti màdàrú.
Thank you nǹkan tó ń sọ gangan nìyẹn wọ́n ní sáwọn yẹn wá máa kúrò ní bàbá yẹn sọ kíní yẹn gbà yẹn ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń yé mi nísìnyí láti 1988 yẹn ó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń yé mi nísìnyí. Àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n kàn fẹ́ dàrú ni wọ́n ò fẹ́ fọ kíní.
Motivator.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you out. I just told you I'm not being okay. I'm going to the topic and going to tell you, but Mama big is because we are going from one to one.
Okay.
And Amy, I will still stand on that my question. Àwọn Madaru, who is Talonche Baba àti Ìyá Madaru?
No, ẹni tó ń ṣe bàbá àti ìyá Madaru sà. Àwọn àlùmọ́ọ́nì ilẹ̀ ta ní ló ń ṣe kíní wọn. Because okay, nísìnyí wọ́n ti kúrò ń di epo. In the next, okay, Germany, the biggest companies don't make it, àti Japan don't make it cars nísìnyí. Wọ́n ní in the next 2050 also, ipa wọn ní ṣe petrol cars anymore.
Anyway, 2030 in Europe ń báyìí. So
2030 ni, okay. Wọ́n ní pé wọ́n ní ṣe.
Nǹkan tí mo ń try láti drive at and I believe in Atoms might stay with us and wọ́n sì máa sọ̀rọ̀. Sherry, kò sí ẹni tí ò la gbogbo àwọn situation yìí kọjá, but there's one thing tí ó kò mi ò rò pé bẹ́ẹ̀ I get the point yẹn ó dẹ̀ dà pé òun ni pé class ní Nàìjíríà ẹ̀yin sọ pé tí pop sí ti ṣiṣẹ́ Sherry àmọ́ background anybody Sherry ní Europe ń bì báyìí ẹ já mi tí ń bá pa irọ́ o because everybody don lo access bí báyìí ọmọ tó wà ní SS2 ti ní phone tó ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ jáde ń yí ẹ̀ yìí àwọn ọmọ adé wọn bí báyìí wà very very updated tó dẹ̀ náà ṣe máa ń fẹ́ fún wọn ní òpè o parental consent o kíní kan o àwọn náà dẹ̀ tó máa mọ ọmọ yẹn máa breach ẹ̀ because òbí mi tó access sí gbogbo nǹkan tó ní yìí tí ò take action ọmọ ẹ̀ tó take action gbọ́n jù lọ so we are talking about pé society o àwọn wo ló mọ olè àwọn tó bá mọ olè tí ò report wọn òun náà ló ń fi ìdí ẹ̀ so the more tí ẹnìkan bá ti wá tí mo pé ẹni lówó ju bàbá mi lọ tó bá gbówó fún mi pé kí n pa bàbá mi wáì tí mi ò ní gbọ́ràn sílẹ̀ tó gbé bàbá mi ò gbówó fún mi rí.
Which is true.
So that's what we are saying not that okay o gbogbo ọlọ́pàá kọ́ ló ń gba bribe. Kò lẹ́yìn gbogbo ọlọ́pàá tí ó gba bribe ní nonsense máa ṣẹlẹ̀ sí ẹlòmíì tó yẹ pé ọlọ́pàá tó ṣẹ̀ gan kọ́ ló máa lọ hot ọlọ́pàá tí ò ṣẹ̀rí láyé ẹ̀ and that person is ọmọ ẹnìkan ni ó lè jẹ́ ìyá ẹnìkan ó lè jẹ́ bàbá ẹnìkan you know so tá a bá ní pé ká máa mú láti ilẹ̀ a lè mú láti ilẹ̀ àwọn tó tẹ̀ wọlé yẹn tiẹ̀ tún jẹ́ kó dáa ká sọ Yorùbá àwa gangan là ń ta ara wa.
Yep.
So unless there is tí individual intelligence bá ń rampant lọ pé ọmọ èyí tẹ́mi ṣe tí mo ṣe dókè lélẹ́yìí o tí wọ́n bá ṣe lè ṣe kó fi dókè wọ́n ló mọ̀ o kò dáa.
But nǹkan tẹ́mi tuntun rò sà ó ní pé ìgbà tí because bàbá eléyìí tó ń ṣe yìí mi ò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ gbà tiẹ̀ ó láwọn nǹkan kan tó ń ṣe tó fẹ́ bring out sí regional padà. Irú tẹ bá wo the new thing tó fẹ́ ṣe nísìnyí ó fẹ́ change orúkọ Nàìjíríà ipe kí oníkálukú kó jẹ́ autonomy ara wọn kan control ara wọn because mo rí pé a sọ ọ̀rọ̀ kan ní last mi ò mọ̀ bóyá 2 weeks ago ipe ní north wọ́n ṣí border wọn lẹ̀ àwọn agbésùmọ̀bí yẹn wọ́n dẹ̀ ń wọlé láti bẹ̀. Bọ́dà tí wà ní South tẹ̀lé wọ́n ti pa ni. So gbogbo àwọn influence yìí tẹ́ bá dẹ̀ rí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ àwa ọmọ káàárọ̀ oòjíire àwa la lọ púpọ̀ jù nígbà yẹn. Àwa la ní báwo mo yẹn sọ mi ò gbóyìnbó advancement mi ò mọ bí màá ṣe sọ Yorùbá yẹn. Ìlọsíwájú tó ṣe jù ń gbà yẹn. Bọ̀ nítorí pé a súnmọ́ àwọn kìíní wọ́n fà wá sẹ́yìn padà. Àwa la send the satellite sí sky at that time. Gbogbo àwọn ilé Nigerian House ní London, Nigerian House ní Washington, Nigerian House ní Canada, gbogbo ti New York. Àwọn owó Yorùbá, owó káàárọ̀ oòjíire náà fi ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀. Western region. Owó kòkó. Then mo tún wá gbọ́ story kan lẹ́nu jọ́ mo mọ̀ pé military officer kan ló bà owó jẹ́ láti 1986 ni láti gbà yẹn. Èmi ò wá mọ̀ pé Babangida ló bàjẹ́. Mo ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tún gbọ́ yẹn ni. Wọ́n ní Babangida nítorí selfish ambition títí títí ẹ̀. Because à ń ṣe gbogbo kinní yẹn gbà yẹn. Ìgbà tí ó dé ló bring pé káwọn èèyàn máa bring importation. Àṣà máa bá